Welcome everyone to the special business meeting for Tuesday, April 14th. This is an electronically held meeting. So before we begin, I'll just read out the instructions that we need to know from council members when they disconnect and reconnect from the meeting so that this can be recorded in the minutes. I'll try and see that visually for those that are participating via video, but those who are just on the phone, you'll need to alert us if you are leaving the room and also when you come back. For those participating by video, just raise your hand when you wish to ask a question or make a statement, and I'll put you on the speakers list. For those participating on the phone, please just say chair, and I will add your name to the speakers list. With respect to a vote, please only raise your hand if you are voting against a motion. I will assume if I don't see a hand when I call the question that you are in favor. So only raise your hand or say nay if you are in opposition to our vote. Everyone should put their phone on mute unless they are speaking or computer. We expect you all to be involved and participate in the meeting, and I can see most of you, so I will know if you're doing that. If you're having technical difficulties, please text the corporate officer, so Robin is here. And we can take a short recess to get people reconnected again. If the issue is on our side, then we'll recess for up to 10 minutes to resolve the issue on our side. So with that, I want to welcome everyone to our meeting today. Hatsqualawin, Quistiltumuk, Latskohomish, Owamio. We are meeting today on the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Moved by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We do have a variety of recesses built into our agenda today, so for the public, it is much more challenging to participate electronically, so we need more frequent rests just to stay on our game. So we built that in. So we have two items before our first recess. The first is the tax rate review. And so I'm going to turn that over to, I believe it's Mr. Russell and Ms. Klassen.
I just have to get the...
Yep.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mayor Elliott, members of council, this is Roland Russell. I believe that Robin Arthurs has a presentation that she's going to scroll through on my behalf.
Yeah, it's just coming up onto the screen now. And
I'll wait.
You're set to go.
I will. Okay. Listen, Mayor Elliott, I cannot see the screen. Oh, I can now. Okay, there we go. I was going to say I can see the screen, so I will be able to advance this appropriately. Next slide. Oh, what's that? Okay, we can start now, Robin.
Screen.
I think some of us have a blue screen.
See, where's the
Okay, here we go. Goals. For today, we have 3.
Hold on a second, Mr. Russell. Hold on, Mr. Russell.
Sure.
Council, can you see it?
No, it's just blue.
I'll try it this one instead of that one. Yep, there we go. Dun, dun, dun. Got it? Says it's sharing.
Yeah.
Aye. we ready to go again?
Are you seeing it?
No, it went back to the blue screen.
So it's not working.
It was fine when it wasn't in presentation mode. You could just minimize the comments and make the slides as big as possible, perhaps.
Like that? You can see that? Oh. Jeez. It keeps kicking out of sharing on top. So you can see that.
Yes, we can see that
Yeah.
now.
But you can't see it when I hit the share. As soon as I hit share, it doesn't go.
So can we just maximize that view and
It's kind of crappy. Okay.
and then you can reduce the comments section. There. Will that do, council?
Yeah, that works on my end.
Okay, now I think we're ready, Mr. Russell.
Okay. So I'm going to operate on the premise that we're all on the same slide.
Yep.
I hope it's correct. So right now I have us on the slide entitled Goals.
That's right.
And so there are 3 goals for today. We want to look at property tax, and we're going to do a slight orientation, which is a review of the tax legislation. We're going to ask if there is direction with respect to the financial plan bylaw, and we're going to seek if there is additional direction with respect to the tax rates bylaw. Next slide, please. Next slide. Property tax. Property tax. I'm looking at the slide that says, oh, here we are. Now I can, sorry. Can we go to the next slide, Ron? Property tax. Thank you. All right. I actually wanted to go to this slide. Thank you.
We're on slide 5 now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thanks. What I wanted to comment here is that currently within the legislation, taxes are due on July 2nd, and that date is set by the province, and the regulations for penalties and interest, the timing of interest and the amount of interest is generally set by the province, but the municipality does have some flexibility with respect to that. So if council wished to delay the application of penalty or reduce the amount of penalty being applied in July, they could direct administration to do so. There are a few hoops that we have to jump through to make that happen, but it is possible. The other comment that I would like to make with respect to this is utility fees are considered special fees. Municipalities have the ability to determine the time frame for the setting of utility fees, and currently the district imposes the utility fees at the same time as taxes. Okay, so currently that is all July 2nd. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. So currently we have a business ratio, business multiplier in the 2.5 to 2.8 range. And that's in keeping with our long-range financial planning guidelines. This slide here shows the nature of property tax calculation, and with respect to this, I would simply like to say that there are some particulars around this that I think are important that council understand the mechanics of the calculation of tax.
Armin joined the meeting.
Okay, so at this, I would go to the next slide, please. Would we go to the next slide, please?
We're on,
Of change. The previous slide example of changes in assessment.
Slide 8.
we're on slide 8 now.
Thank you.
Are you clicking?
Okay. There's a note to be made that the calculation of tax and assessment, currently we have what we'll call a self-regulating mechanism, such that if assessment goes up, the mill rate goes down, which allows us to generate the same level of revenue. And if the assessment were to go down, the mill rate would go up, which allows us to generate the same level of revenue. So with respect to the calculation of our tax revenue that we're targeting, that is the mechanism that is used. There's an additional slide I have in my deck, which you don't see. So we talk about restrictions and caps. So next slide, please. Could we go to the next slide, please?
We're now on slide 10.
Thank you. On
Mayor?
slide 10, it
Yes.
speaks to...
Hold on a second,
All
Mr. Russell.
right.
Councillor Stoner?
So, apologies, the slide deck that we had emailed to us that I think Mr. Rowland is working off of is different than the one that is being shown in the presentation. So my slide 8 says examples of changes in assessment and has 3 different examples, a base year, an alternate year with increase in assessment, and an alternate year with decreasing assessment, which is different than what we were just speaking to. So I feel like we're on different pages here.
Yeah.
So can I ask this question? Does everybody see slide example of changes in assessment as slide 8?
Can you go
I do in the package that was emailed to us, but the slide 8 that Robin has on the computer says assessment-based influences.
Okay.
This is the wrong one.
Which is unfortunate. There's 1 or 2 additional slides that were included in the deck that was emailed, so that I would be able to refer to those. If they aren't available in the deck that's being presented, I think that we'll just step over those specific slides.
Okay, I want the public to see the slides, so let's take a 5-minute recess and get these slides. So we'll take a 5-minute recess and come back. Okay, thanks everyone for your patience. I think we've worked out our technical difficulties. Given that that was a bit choppy and people were looking at different slides, we're gonna just take it from the top. So here is our tax rate review discussion with Mr. Roland Russell. Take it away.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. We're gonna start all over again. I'd like to say thank you for your patience, and I'm gonna operate on the premise that you can see a slide deck that I can now also see. Okay,
Is he on the streaming? Is that part of it?
we're going to start and speak to the second slide on goals. Next slide, please.
I just went to a blue screen.
Yeah, we lost the screen again, Ron.
They lost it.
Okay.
Oh, that's okay, I'll just go back to the way it was.
Okay.
Oh. Now the escape button's not working.
It had to happen, right? Last week went so smoothly.
Okay, and I will start once I see the slide deck again.
That's working on my end.
Okay. We can see slides.
Yeah, but that's not what I have on my screen. That is not what I have on my screen. There is something, yeah, it's yeah, can you change the slide? I can't get to this one.
Doug! Hey, Doug!
Doug's here. You're gonna have to,
Long story.
yeah, turn off one of your devices, Doug. The audio.
Okay.
Yes, I'm going to do a little audio test on what I'm going to use for the if we were to have a closed portion of our meeting, what I'd use for that. So I'm going to check and see if my headphones work.
We're still online, Councillor Herford.
Does the mic work on this thing?
Yeah, you're loud and clear. And remember, there is an
Okay.
audience listening to you. Okay.
Just testing. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, I can see the first slide that says 2020 property taxation. So go to the next slide on goals. Okay. Mr. Russell, do you want to speak to the goals again?
Okay, I will speak to the goals again. There are 3 goals for today. First goal is a quick review of property tax legislation. The second goal would be to review or seek direction from council as to whether or not they would like to update the financial plan bylaw. And the third goal would be to seek direction from council as to the level of tax rates that they would like administration to proceed with. Next slide, please.
We're on slide 3, legislation, municipal revenue.
Okay, we're going to flip past that one. We're going to make a statement on slide 4. By bylaw, we must impose property taxes by May 15th. We understand that the government has given us a little bit of flexibility to push that date if required. So we may have the ability to extend that slightly. Don't want to extend it too far because unless the provincial government changes the due date for taxes, we also need some time to prepare the necessary taxes and distribute them to our citizens. Next slide, please. I'm on slide 5, which would be the next slide to the one you have. Thank you. On this, it states that our due dates are July the 2nd. That is a date set by the provincial government. We have not heard that the province has extended that date. Second item would be regulation for penalties and interest. Penalties and interest would apply after that date. There is some flexibility for municipalities to adjust the timing of penalties and also the level of penalties. So it is possible for the municipality to soften the blow, so to speak. Last item on this slide would be utility fees are special fees. Utility fees are collected by the district at the same time as taxes, and they could be deferred if that was a decision made by the district. Our long-range plan has us maintaining a tax rate up between 2.5 and 2.8 for businesses. And the property tax calculation slide lays out the mechanics of the calculation. I think there are two important things here that should be remembered. The last item, ratios. All of the various classes are calculated based on the rate for residential. So if you change the rate for residential, then by default you are automatically changing the rates for other classes. We can go to the next slide, please. And this slide is an example of changes in assessment. So that would be the next slide for you. Thank you. And it's important to note that we're showing a scenario. The calculation of mill rates and tax rates is self-regulating in such a way that if we have an increase in assessment, then the tax rate or the mill rate will go down to maintain the total dollar amount collected. If we have a decrease in assessment, the mill rate will by default will increase, and that allows us to generate the same level of tax dollars. Okay? So we're also going to look at assessment-based influences. There are a number of different influences. Markets can change within a neighborhood. Markets can change with different types of housing. We have what is called non-market change. Non-market change refers to the change in actual assessment, which is related to additional property and improvements coming on stream year over year. Excuse me. Talks briefly about percentages, how they can be somewhat misleading, and it alludes to the fact that an average is a mathematical calculation which equals the total dollar value for a class divided by the total number of folios. That allows us to go to the next slide, please.
Okay, we're on restrictions and caps.
Yes, on the first restrictions and caps, it talks about utilities. We have class 2, it is capped at 40. We currently have it at the maximum value. The next slide is restrictions and caps, and it speaks to the port. So if you would go to the next slide, please. And with respect to the port, there are two portions of the port tax. And the maximum capped rate is 27.5. Currently, we have a rate for new improvements at 22.5. That's being applied to $4.6 million. The remainder is being applied currently at a rate of 26.5, and that's dollars per thousand. We also receive compensation from the province in the form of a grant worth $444,000, and that's to offset potential revenue lost due to the capping of the rate. And with respect to that, that's the end of our legislative review component. If there are any questions, I will pause briefly here. If there are not, I will continue.
Mr. Russell, we had a letter on our agenda last week about changes to the Port Property Tax Act, and I'm wondering how this would affect, or whether we'll be talking about that when we talk about the tax rates.
We will be talking about that, but I can address how that Ports Tax Act letter impacts us. The Ports Tax Act letter related to two items. One was the change in assessed value. The assessed value of the port is a number that we receive from BC Assessment, so that does not directly impact us. I mean, that's whatever BC Assessment deems is the appropriate value for the port. That's what we take as an input into our calculation. The second item with respect to the letter that we received was that they allowed for separate and distinct ratios between Class 4 port and Class 4 other. So this does not impact us currently in that we do not have any other Class 4 major industry at this point in time, but it does provide for flexibility within that class and allows for the differentiation of rates between rates charged to the port and rates charged to other major industry. Currently, that does not have an impact upon us because we don't have any other major industry in that class.
Thank you. Councillor Race has a question.
Certainly.
You're still on mute, Councillor Race.
Sorry, it's with respect to the new improvement rate. Is that assessed value related to the reconstruction of the part of the port that was burned in the fire?
Yes, it is.
And that's set at 22.5 now.
For the new improvement component, and the remainder of the port is capped at 27.5. We're not at 27.5 currently. We're below that value today.
And how long does that new improvement rate last for before it turns into 26.5 or 27.5, whatever we set it at?
My understanding is that we are provided with an amount for that new capped improvement, for the capped portion of the new improvements, and I'm not sure if there is a sunset clause on that at this point in time.
Has that been in effect for a long time?
I don't believe so. I believe that just came into effect fairly recently, the two-tiered impact.
The reason I say that is last term, the year after the fire and the reconstruction of the port, the terminals people came to us and looked for some relief because the value of the reconstruction was quite high and their tax bill went up dramatically. At the time, we had the mill rate set at the cap, 27.5. And my recollection was that the whole thing would have been taxed at 27.5 had we not offered some relief. And that's how we got down to 26.5. And I think we actually even went lower. And we've been sort of stepping back up towards 27.5. That was the intent, from my perspective. Back when we did this, we would eventually get it all back to 27.5. In the meantime, this special rate seems to have come along, and I just don't recall that before. So in effect, they got relief from the government through Section 4. So, anyway, it's maybe a discussion when we start looking at the rates generally.
That is also,
yeah.
that's also my recollection, Mr. Russell. We decreased the rate for a period of time, but we were working back towards the 27 and a half.
We are, and it should be noted that that what you see on the screen on this slide, cap tax rate for new improvements at 22.5, showing $4.6 million. That's only a portion of the total assessed value of the port. There's another portion of assessed value of the port, which is approximately $19 million, and that is being charged under the Port Properties Tax Act capped rate, which we are moving which we are in the process of moving back to the 27.5 amount, and that will be discussed shortly.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on. If there's no other questions.
Do we have another question, or?
Nope, you can move on, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So that's it for the tax review aspect. Yes, the legislative review aspect, I should say. And now we're going to look at more at tax impacts. Next slide.
Okay, we're on the slide, maintain 2019 ratios and port rate.
Right. So within this, you'll see that currently the port rate is at 26.5, and you'll see that our major industry within the existing bylaw is charged at the same rate as the port rate, and that's in comparison to the BC average. The BC average is approximately 30, just slightly higher than that, and it would be up to the municipality to choose what level they wish to have the major industry at, and also if they wish to increase the level at which the port was being charged in the current year or in future years. This is just basically a reference, give you a snapshot of what the rates are, what the ratios are today. I would also like to comment that our current business ratio is 2.63. So that's kind of in the middle of that 2.5 to 2.8 range, and it's slightly below the BC average of 2.74. Next slide, please. Next slide.
Yes, we're on business light industry.
Yes. So on the business and light industry, it just shows a comparison of where Squamish is in respect to the BC average, and also with respect to other municipalities within the Sea to Sky corridor. You'll note that we're higher than Pemberton and lower than Whistler, and West Van's numbers seem to be a little different. I'm thinking for reasons that are specific to their light industry requirements. Next slide, please.
We're on summary with adjusted growth.
Yes, please.
We're on that one.
Okay. So, a summary with adjusted growth. So, what the summary with adjusted growth points out, there's basically 3-4 numbers on here that I want to highlight. 2020 tax revenue summary, and it shows here's the key factors for growth of that. number, and it comes out to $1.45 million, or 4.94%. That is the amount that we identified within the financial plan bylaw, and at the time of submitting the financial plan bylaw and supporting documentation, we had estimated what the non-market growth amount would be. Now that we have the updated BC assessment, we can input an accurate value for non-market growth, and our earlier anticipation was that non-market growth would be approximately 2%. Non-market growth, in fact, is actually closer to 3%, and so within the current financial plan, we would require a $575,700 increase in tax revenue from existing properties to allow us to meet the total tax requirement of $30,889,500. That would be approximately 2%, 1.96. Next slide, please. Excuse me. Can you go to the next slide, Robin?
Yeah, we're there. 2020
Thank you.
comparative scenarios.
Wonderful. The focus of the discussion is in general on residential tax rate, because that drives the other rates, and also on the financial plan target, but what we're taking from there is whether or not changes in the financial plan will be given. We created 4 different scenarios. Not all of these scenarios are shown in detail, but all of the scenarios we'll talk about them briefly, and we'll give you a comparative summary in just a moment. Scenario 1 is what I would consider the basic starting point scenario, and what that is we're not recommending any changes to any of the ratios. We're simply saying, what is the level of increase in residential taxation that would be required to allow us to meet the financial plan revenue requirement? In this case, the increase in residential taxes would be 1.96%. The second scenario, we looked at this and said, we were in the process of increasing the port rate by 50 cents per mil year to year to year to get it back up to its maximum, to the capped rate. So what would the numbers look like if we were to continue doing that? We presented that scenario. Third scenario that we looked at is we said, what if we were to change the financial plan and reduce the financial plan so that the financial plan target would equal the 2019 tax amount plus the non-market change dollars, i.e. growth, from new development. And we maintained the ratios. So item 3, or scenario 3, is basically the similar scenario to scenario 1, in that we're not looking at making any changes to the ratio. The difference there is what is the target value that we are looking at, how much money are we attempting to raise. And item number 4 is we're looking at residential rate has been increased nominally, and when we say nominally, that's 0.6%. That 0.6% reflects the offset of assessment. Residential assessment went down by 0.6%, and within the self-regulating mechanism of tax calculation, the basic tax calculation, the the result will be a corresponding increase in mill rate of 0.6% to offset the reduction in assessment. Okay, and it says, thank you. Okay, and so this reflects a reduction in the financial plan, and we're also looking at a change in the business ratio. The rationale for changing the business ratio there is that the idea was to reduce the impact on all of our residents and businesses. So the difference between scenario 3 and scenario 4 is scenario 4 only reduces the impact on residences. Given the circumstances that we are all experiencing today, businesses are also directly impacted by the extreme conditions that we're all faced with. I see that we've gone to the next slide, so I will do likewise. You can see here what the various percentage changes are within those various scenarios, and also at the bottom we've shown what the 2019 Consumer Price Index is, both for Canada at 1.9% and for British Columbia at 2.3%. So our current scenario, scenario 2, the two highlighted scenarios 2 and 4, would show a residential tax increase of 2%, which is below the BC CPI, my apologies, and would result in a business increase of 4.2%, and that's due to the business ratio being higher. The second scenario would show an offset of the reduction in assessment, and we've also reduced the business ratio so that the impact upon business and the impact on residential is similar. Going to next slide, please. And I recognize now that there's a delay here, and so I'll be a little quicker in my uptake. Now we're going to talk about the base scenario, which we're showing as a 2% increase in residential, and we've increased the port by 50 cents. By increasing the port by 50 cents, it brings the major industry rate up to 2% also. We think that that's reasonable, such that it's still less than the rate of inflation, and it sets the major industry rate consistent with the residential rate. In this instance, we would maintain the financial plan. We would not reduce the financial plan. The next couple of slides show the impact on next slide, please. So the next slide shows the increase, this increase of 2% on residential, and it shows the impact on single residential, average strata, and average business. So as you can see here, the change is not that significant on an individual residential. On average residential, it's just under $4 per month. But that same change, because it's a 4% change, works out to a significantly higher $25 per month for business. Next slide, please. And in comparison for those businesses, we're showing that that's the average business amount. And it should be noted that there are some real changes this year, some real significant differences this year in the indices of business taxes. So downtown Cleveland Business District is showing an 8% increase in assessment, and as a result of that, that combined with a 4% increase in taxes is generating a 10% increase in the charge, whereas in Tantalus, they're looking at a much smaller 1.5% increase in assessment, and as such, they are thereby seeing a 3.5% overall increase in their business tax year over year. Next slide, please. Again, we show a representative townhouse, and representative townhouse, what we're showing here is that strata is going down while single-family residential is holding its own or going up slightly. You'll see that there's a fairly wide discrepancy in change in assessed value in that downtown. Contrary to businesses, downtown for residential, downtown for strata is going down, and Tantalus is staying flat. It's being shown for comparative purposes. Next slide, please. And on the next slide, we'll speak about the second scenario or option that we've presented. And in this option, what we've done is we've said all of the same factors apply, except we're going to cap the total amount of revenue at $30.31 million. We're not going to ask for a tax revenue increase associated with existing property. We're simply going to we're going to maintain the tax level from 2019. We're going to add to that the value of non-market change or revenue growth related to new property, and that will be the total tax requirement for 2020. So as you can see, we've reduced the overall tax requirement by $575,700. Next slide, please. So within the scenario 4, what we've done is we've reduced the tax impact. That was being done in light of COVID-19 pandemic and the impact that that's having on the community. We've reduced the budget by $575,000. We've changed the business ratio to 2.57, and we changed that ratio downward so that we would reduce the impact on businesses, so that the average impact on business would be the same as the average impact on residential. And then what that has left us with is a slight rate increase of 0.6%. That rate increase is the change in rate, which is change in mill rate, which is required to offset the reduction in residential assessment. Further, we're not recommending an increase in the port rate. We're not recommending an increase in the light industry rate. Light industry has seen that their assessed value go down year over year, so they're technically going to get a tax break based on that. And the other rationale is that if we are adjusting the budget downward to provide a tax break, it doesn't seem appropriate to be increasing the port as the only group that would see its taxes increased year over year. So we've left it at the same 26.5% that it was in previous years. Next slide, please. Now you will see here that we're looking at scenario 4. We're showing a residential and business rate increase of 0.6%, which represents an offset to the loss in residential assessment. We're showing a light industry rate falling by 2.7% and a major industry rate of 0.4%. That reflects the increase in assessed value of the port. And to do that, we would reduce the financial plan by $575,000. Next slide, please. So, again, we've come up with this same slide. It looks very similar to a slide that you saw previously. It says examples of change in assessment. The difference between the slide that you saw previously, which was simply talking about increasing assessment, decreasing assessment, and how that would play out, this slide shows actual numbers based on the assessed value of a single-family residence in the Highlands. This is one of the properties that we use in our year-over-year tax comparison, and we've selected this one because the mill rate for this specific property did not change significantly year to year to year. So in the first line, you can see that in 2018, the assessed value was just over $1 million. The mill rate was 3.18, roughly, and this property was assessed taxes of $3,350. Take last year, 2019, due to increasing assessment, the assessed value of this specific property did not change dramatically, but the mill rate went down to 2.99, and therefore the taxes on this same property dropped from $3,350 to $3,200, a reduction of 4.4%. In this year, 2020, where we're seeing a decrease in assessment, we're seeing a slight change in assessment, nothing major. As a result of that decreasing assessment, we're seeing a slight uptick in the mill rate, so now it's just above 3, and this would result in taxes on this same property coming in at $3,214, which is a rate increase of 0.6%. So the reason that we put this example in is we wanted to show that with fairly stable assessed values of properties in the residential class, it's quite likely that properties may have seen their taxes go down from 2018 to 2019, and with the very modest tax increase that we're suggesting, 2020, simply enough to offset reduction in assessment, we're looking at an increase of less than $15 on an annual basis for this home, and their taxes are still, even though we're having a slight increase this year, are still significantly lower than where they were a year or two ago. Next slide, please.
Okay, Mr. Russell, we're really getting very short on time, so if we could move through these last few slides quite quickly, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
You are welcome. The next slide shows simply a comparison of the cost for average residential, single-family, strata, and business. And as you can see, the rate for an average single-family home increased year over year by $45, which works out to be the same as the average for a business. We're looking at an average change overall average residential at 0.6, the same as a business. Next slide, please. You can see in this instance that a representative business downtown will be showing a slight increase. In the instance of Cleveland business, because of the change in assessment, their change in tax is 6.5%, and for the business in Tantalus, they would actually be showing a slight reduction in taxes year over year. Lastly, for a downtown townhouse, they would be showing a fairly significant reduction in taxes, whereas in Tantalus, a townhouse there would show a slight increase. Next slide, please. So that is the presentation that I have prepared for today. At this point in time, we would open it up to questions.
Okay, Council, we're significantly behind time because of our technical delays, so if you could keep your questions short and snappy, that would be very appreciated. Councillor Race, go ahead.
Could you go back to the maintain 2019 ratios and port rate slide, please?
Yeah.
It's about the middle. Try 11.
19.
19?
Maintain the 2020 financial plan and increase the port tax?
Add it a sec ago. Go back one. I saw it on the screen a second ago. It was earlier on. It was what? No, it's actually headed maintain 2019 ratios and port rate. It's farther back. Anyway, what that shows while you're looking for it is
Slide 13.
13. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay. So a couple of comments. One is historically, way back, we set a policy of trying to, for Class 5 and Class 6, to sort of hit the BC average to remain competitive. And we've been able to hold that and actually be a little bit better. The BC average has crept up a little bit in some of them for light industry and for business and other. And so the other one that we did way back is when Woodfibre went under, and I came on council about a term later, we dropped the Class 4 rate to the same as the port, 27.5, and there were no other Class 4 around, so it really had no effect, except it was attractive for the next Class 4 industry that might show up and think of locating here. That we changed last term to the BC average, the 30 number, and so we dropped it back when we dropped the port rate a couple of years ago. And my recollection is the advice we got is we can't just favor the port, but if we drop the whole class, then we're not sort of favoring one business. But now I think those two have been separated out. And so I think what we ought to consider is taking the Class 4 major industry back up to 30.26, whatever the BC average number is. And I don't think that has any real dollar effect, but I think it will have other effects with other things going on. But I think it's important that we do, so I think it's important that we consider doing that. The port rate, I would suggest going up 0.5% and stepping back up to the 27.5, which was the intent from the middle of last term when we dropped it away from 27.5. So I would suggest making that move. And I'll just make the comment while I'm speaking so I can not make it later. I'm not in favor of reducing the financial plan $575,000 or whatever that number was. Historically, what that has done when we try to get through with sort of a 0% increase is eventually it catches up to you, and we have to really bump the taxes. And we've had times in our history recently when it's gone up maybe 10% after a couple of years of zero increases. All of a sudden, they have to hit the community with a 10 or 12% increase. So I think that what is proposed in our financial plan now would result in some reasonable increases, more around the rate of inflation, which I think is quite acceptable. And so I think I'll just leave it at that point and listen to other comments. Thank you.
Questions or comments, please? Councillor Pettengill?
Sorry, I had some trouble with my mute there. Thank you. I'm finding this a little bit abstract. This is sort of to get our sense of where we are on the financial plan, the numbers. Does that mean that later we take a look at what are the services we need to provide, and is that realistic? Because I guess as I'm listening to this, these all seem like options I might consider, but I'm wondering, so what are our needs in terms of, I think we've been asked to really support the social services, and I'm not clear what emergency funding is guaranteed from the province, or are we as taxpayers going to have to cover that support, which is really important. And then also looking at the classes, I think the impact of COVID isn't necessarily the same across the classes. So certain things, I think our tourism industry has been particularly hard hit. And so that might be an argument to pull down the business class a little more aggressively. On the flip side, I'm also thinking of, how do we, for whatever changes we make, how do we make sure we're strengthening our community and becoming more resilient? And so that we're not sort of putting a bunch of funding to businesses that are going to be vulnerable when the next pandemic happens, because, a lot of the research around climate change and so on is saying that, there's no correlation I've seen or about this pandemic and climate change, but in general, this is the sort of circumstance that as communities we need to be more resilient for. So I'm thinking about if we are changing spending and so on, is it building that resiliency? So when does that context come? Is that a second discussion? Has staff sort of already looked at that 575? Is that based on an understanding of what the changing needs are? That is an achievable thing.
Ms. Glenday, I'll go to you, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor Elliott. Thank you for the question. It's a great point. No, we have not quantified what that 575 would entail. To inform this discussion around tax rates and recognizing the impact of COVID, we brought it as a hypothetical amount, and no, we don't know what that looks like. We have gone to all of our budget managers and asked them to look very closely at what projects they don't think they can get to this year, or projects that wouldn't be necessarily, we've asked for non-essential projects, although I'd like to think there aren't any out there that exist, or projects that can wait. We don't know the magnitude of that, if it would be 575 or not. When you look at the 575 also doesn't include potential lost revenue that we would see either through recreation or planning and development. So that number actually is a lot bigger if we were to change the financial plan. And we would likely have to start looking at service changes, and we're not prepared to speak to that just right now, but that is something that council should take into consideration.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Stoner?
Thank you, and I appreciate that context from our CAO. Generally speaking, am fine with kind of maintaining the 2019 ratios. I'm supportive of moving the port towards 27, up from 26.5, and kind of that longer standing commitment to try and get them back up to where they were previously. My one question is around the forest managed, and that seems like it still is sitting relatively far below the BC average. That's one other one that I am wondering if we'd want to increase in any way. But other than that, I think I'm fine with the proposed 2019 ratios. With respect to direction in terms of opening the budget, I appreciate my colleague's comments from Councillor Race in terms of the potential longer-term impacts of trying to drive a 0% budget. And I do take that strongly into consideration and appreciate that longer-term view, but I do think that we are in a very unique scenario, and we are not necessarily delivering the same level of service to our community. And so I think we do need to at least understand, as our CAO just spoke to, kind of the impact, one, of lost other revenues, and then also what are the projects that we simply can't be delivering based on the new reality that we're living in. So I would like to see some further conversation around that.
Thank you. Councillor French and then Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I totally hear what Councillor Stoner is saying, in that I feel like there is a lack of information for me to really wrap my head around what option 4 would mean. I'd like to see get some idea of what we would be leaving out of the budget if we went with option 4. So if there's any way that information could be brought to us soon, that would be very helpful for me. Thanks.
Councillor Herford.
Thank you. Overall, I like the general concept of option 4, but considering we're the unprecedented times that we're in, I do hear Councillor Race's point that we're maybe pushing an increase down the road, and based on rate of inflation and all the rest. And I'm curious to see how all that math does settle as we hopefully come out of this pandemic, because I think all those formulas are very sensitive, and we had a big wrench thrown into the system. I am curious how much extra costs we're incurring with things like the lost revenue, as well as the increase in operational costs potentially through as we do try to go and execute the projects. So I would like to. I'm optimistic that we could get that much out and not greatly impact our community, and hopefully not push it on down the line too far, because I know this is having huge effects in our community. So I'm cautiously optimistic. I'd like to explore getting that number down, but exactly what that means, as Councillor Stoner and French spoke to, I'd really like to understand that, because I do think that there's some costs that are being incurred as well that we're not factoring in quite yet.
Councillor Anderson.
I'll just add my voice to the idea of further consultation with staff on service reductions, lost revenues, operational cost scenarios. I recognize it's an evolving picture, challenging, no doubt, for staff to get a handle on it for us, but I would appreciate further information and perspectives on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Russell, do we know how many people pay their property taxes through their lenders or banks? Like, what percentage of people actually walk in with a check versus those that we get a deposit from banks or lenders?
I don't have a number per se, but I do know that based on discussions that Linda Clausen and I have had, she estimates that 15 to 20% of our ratepayers pay monthly, either to us directly or through their mortgage company.
Would that include business as well, or just residential?
I would think businesses could. I would see no reason why they would not.
Do you know, Ms. Claassen, you just popped up on the screen. Do you know if that 15 to 20% includes businesses?
Yes,
It does.
it's about 13%. Yeah.
That was a little high.
So 15 to 20% residential and 13% business
No, 13% in total
in total.
are paid through the mortgage. Yeah,
Okay.
it's about $450,000.
All right. Thank you. I agree with my colleagues. I think that the direction we should take is to bump up the port to 27 this year, in line with gradually moving them back. I think that we have to open up our financial plan regardless. There's revenues missing from transit, from rec services, and so we have to understand what that means to our bottom line, since we can't run a deficit. So in light of the fact that we have sort of this unprecedented time, and also that we can't deliver our full services to our residents, I think we should open up the financial plan and see where we can make adjustments to support our community through this really difficult time. I don't think we're trying to reach zero because we want to, get votes or seem like a council that wants to proceed in that direction. This is a tremendously difficult time for business and families alike. We'll have households here where both breadwinners have lost their jobs and are trying to hold on and weather this. So I think just deferring the payment probably doesn't go far enough for me. It's actually bringing down the payment as much as possible, recognizing that the folks on Cleveland will still see an increase even under scenario 4 because of the amount of their assessment going up. So we can't find a way, I don't think, to make it 0% increase for everybody, but I think we can look at ways to bring it down. So so I think we should have a broader discussion about what our financial plan looks like now, in light of how we think the rest of the year is going to go, and see where we can find some savings for our community. Although I am really proud to see that number come in below 2%, which is the first time I've seen that on my time on council. And so it's a lot easier to try and find savings with within a 2% revenue increase versus something that would have been much, much higher. So I think council's hard work and staff's work on the initial budget will really help us here as we try and figure out the next best move for our community in light of COVID-19. So I think I generally heard consensus on the port moving up. I think I generally heard consensus on keeping the ratios generally the same, but that people would like an opportunity to kick at the financial plan again before we finalize the tax rates. And if anybody feels counter to that, Councillor Race?
No, it was just on the business, the class 4 rate. Nobody else spoke about that, but is there any appetite to increase that to the BC average, the 30 number?
Oh, the heavy industry one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
If I understand it correctly, doesn't have a dollar impact this year because we don't have a class 4 industry separate from the port.
Yeah, you're right. No one else spoke to that. I'm fine with that. That makes sense. I don't think it has an impact. Councillor Pettengill is giving the thumbs up. Councillor French is nodding his head. Councillor Herford's got a thumbs up. So, Councillor Anderson, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, I'm also happy to go along with that suggestion regarding Class 4 and major industry, for the reason that the major factor in recruiting or retaining major industry is really land use planning and specific infrastructure needs for the type of industry appropriate here and that would be interested here. It is less an issue of the tax rate. I'm happy with the change proposed.
Okay. So did you catch that, Mr. Russell?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you have enough to go on?
I do. Might I suggest that our original plan had us returning perhaps next week with a bylaw? given that you are, that the indication at this point is that administration should review the financial plan, I don't think that it would be appropriate for us to attempt to return in 1 week with any meaningful results for you. So I would suggest that we will make these adjustments, and administration will dig in and determine what would be required to undertake the type of change in financial plan that we're suggesting may be required, and that we come back to you probably in a couple weeks with a more fulsome plan, which would outline the types of changes that we thought were appropriate and what that would look like with respect to dollars and cents, and also how that might impact tax rates.
Okay, I think too, we're hoping to hear from the province as well on tax payment deferral. And we should also, at the subsequent meeting, talk about penalty delays and that sort of thing. So I've got 2 more questions, one from Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify if we have any particular policy that is setting our property class 7 managed forest below the, or substantially below the PC average, and if that's something we'd want to reconsider.
Currently, the class 7 rate is set equal, the ratio is set equal to the class 6 business other. I believe that is because we don't have a great deal of managed forest at this point. I certainly think that that is something that could be reviewed.
Councillor Pettengill?
Yeah, so I've had some questions from people about, can we do this, can we do that, and things like go to quarterly tax installments, can we assess properties in the fall when the values are lower, and so similar questions to what we come up with every year, where it's just really tough for people to wrap their heads around how the whole tax system actually works and where we have authority. And so I'm just wondering if during this difficult time, seeing value in, the more people understand the limitations and how this works, the more we can feel like we're all working together on this. So just if we can really watch for opportunities to communicate and clarify the restrictions and how this works. We had some good information today. Some of it was a bit technical, and I'm not sure that it'll make sense to everyone, but I think that may be an important piece in getting through this together as a community is making sure that we all really understand how this all works.
Thank you. It's a good comment. Councillor Anderson?
With respect to managed forests, one of the goals of this program on the part of the province is to encourage better forest management, longer-term thinking, and better forest practices, especially on lands that are close to communities. So one of our considerations should be that we would not want to disincent people or landowners to, in terms of taking part in the program. If there are large blocks of land close to the community that are not in the managed forest program, perhaps we might want to have a look at this and consider this before we adjust the tax rate upward. We want to look at incentives to keep private property in managed forest status. That should be a goal in terms of land use planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Herford, do you want the last word?
Yes, thank you. I recognize the managed forest piece is below the provincial average by a fair bit, and I would like to move it up. I just don't think this is the time to do that. I'm happy to move rates to averages, and we don't have anyone occupying that spot, so that when it does happen, it's at the provincial rate. But I don't think that we should adjust anyone dramatically up at this point in time, just as an overall concept. But it is something that we should consider going forward and can work, upwards to the appropriate level once we're back to some version of normal.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to bring this conversation back once we have a more fulsome understanding of our financial plan in light of the impacts. Staff will take the feedback from council today on the tax rates and bring it back when they're ready. And we do have the ability under this state of emergency to pass readings and adoption in a day. So I know there's a deadline coming up, but we also have the ability to do this quite quickly. So we won't need to panic on that front like we usually do when we get close to dates. So with that, thank you, Mr. Russell.
Thank you.
Council, we are like an hour behind almost. So would you like a 10-minute recess right now? Yes? Okay, we'll take a 10-minute recess and then we'll come back with our zoning bylaw update. Okay, welcome back to our special business meeting. We are a bit behind because we had some technical difficulties off the top, but let's try and get a little bit caught up maybe on this one. So I am turning the floor over to Matt Gunn, one of our planners, to talk about our zoning bylaw update with regard to a density bonus system. So I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Gunn.
Thank you very much. So as mentioned, I'm presenting some preliminary work on a proposed density bonus system to be included in the 2020 zoning bylaw update. And at this time, I'm looking for some early council feedback on the project to date. Next slide. All right. So as a bit of a background, the 2020 zoning bylaw update is intended to, among other things, implement policies from the 2018 OCP. The OCP includes policy to encourage energy-efficient buildings through a density bonus system. I've got the policy here that's relevant, encouraging energy-efficient building construction for multifamily and commercial development through the provision of a density bonus system. And next slide. More recently, Council has endorsed the District of Squamish Community Climate Action Plan, the CCAP. And that includes several actions that are relevant to the density bonus system. Big move number 2, shift beyond the car, supports incentivizing high density infill along the core transit network and around neighborhood nodes, using a density bonus system as one of the strategies. And next slide. It also, under Big Move 5, which is build better new buildings, includes 2 actions that reference the density bonus system. One is to incentivize net zero or higher step code development, and another one is to incentivize low carbon energy sources for net zero construction through a number of options, or 2 options, one of them being a density bonus structure. Next slide. So picking up on this policy direction, a consultant team has been hired to engage in research and development of a density bonus system appropriate for the Squamish context. Major elements of the consultant's work plan include a review of net zero construction mechanisms, like what is the strategy we're going to use to say this is indeed a net zero building. Is it something along the lines of LEED or passive house, or what's the mechanism we're going to use? To recommend a density bonus structure to achieve net zero construction. And we're looking at this opportunistically, and we want to use this opportunity to create a density bonus structure that can help us achieve net zero construction. But we also want it to be fashioned in a manner that we could use to achieve other council priorities, such as affordable housing, active transportation, employment space, whatever priorities come up over time. We do want this density bonus system to have the flexibility to incorporate those elements. Other elements of the work plan include analysis of the incremental costs of building to net zero, as well as the benefit that's achieved by that construction. So the market value appraisal, market value of that additional density. And this kind of piece, this analysis, the costs and the value, is a really critical component of developing this density bonus structure, because in order for it to find uptake, we have to make sure that we're providing enough of a benefit so that developers want to do this development, and we really need to know those data pieces. What's the cost? What's the value? So that's a big piece of the work that's being done by the consultants. And then another piece of the work plan is to determine the level of density to incentivize. That's related to the analysis that I just discussed. And then finally, there's a piece in there about reviewing density bonus best practices from existing programs, density bonus programs in other communities. The consultants have completed phase one. They produced a report on mechanism reviews and recommendations, as well as a review of local government density bonus reviews. Those are both desktop exercises, and they're included with the report, and I'll be speaking to those now. Next slide. So one of the initial steps in determining how exactly a net zero construction would be assessed and incorporated into density bonus system is the mechanism. As part of the work plan, the consultants did a desktop analysis of green building mechanisms. 15 mechanisms were reviewed against criteria, several criteria. One was the effectiveness, how effective is it in achieving lower greenhouse gas production over the lifespan of a building or operation of a building. Second was how challenging will it be for this and expensive will it be for it to be addressed or adopted by developers. What kind of effort and costs would be associated with district administration of the program, and then what applicability of these different mechanisms could they be used to apply to both Part 9 and Part 3 structures in our community to kind of cover the range of development that we want to address. Next slide. The recommendation that's come out of that review was to use a kind of two-part strategy to try and encourage green building or near net zero. One part of it would be a low carbon energy system building requirement to try and switch away from using fossil fuel to heat, water, and space, and to use electricity, which has a very low carbon component, and then to try and incentivize a higher step of the BC Energy Code to have better or lower energy use overall as well. Now, one piece that I noted there's a caution around the higher step of the BC Energy Code, and we're early in the process of the analysis and the review of these strategies, and especially with the costs and the value that comes out of trying to use these higher energy homes and then sell them at a higher price for the developer. And the caution is that at this point, not having done that analysis, we don't know if the value of the homes building to a higher step code with a low carbon energy system, which does have a cost associated with it. We don't know if that will create a system where the incentives are likely to be taken up or be viable. In some communities, they're using low carbon energy system building requirements as part of the density bonus system, but they are reducing the energy step code requirement. And that's because of the costs overall of the program and trying to make the system appealing to developers. So there's a caution there about that higher step code piece, and so that's something that we'll learn more about as we do analysis of the cost and the value. A couple of notes. This combination, the low carbon energy system requirement and the higher step code, is an effective path to reach near net zero. And for the rest of the conversation, I'm going to try and speak to near net zero rather than net zero. And that's because while electricity is very low carbon, there's still some greenhouse gas production associated with our electrical system. And so it's not a net zero, it's a near net zero operations strategy if we were to use what's proposed here. And then the other piece is that by using this strategy, because it's built on the step code, the BC Energy step code, it's fairly straightforward for administration by the district, and it's also something that the building community is more familiar with. So there's minimal efforts with learning and implementing this strategy, as opposed to some of the more involved programs like LEAD or FASTOS or some of those other pieces. And then the other note to make here is that this strategy that is being proposed is applicable to both Part 9, so simple buildings like small residential or small apartments, and Part 3 buildings, larger, more complex buildings. Next slide. Okay, so a second consideration in developing the density bonus system is what forms of development should be incentivized for near net zero. The OCP policy speaks to multifamily and commercial, but the CCAP speaks more broadly to construction in general. It's trying to lower greenhouse gas production across the community, and so targeting a broader range of development seems appropriate. Likely, therefore, it would be appropriate to target all residential housing forms to meet that CCAP goal. So staff's proposal is that we really want to look to, as much as possible, apply a density bonus structure to all housing forms and commercial development in the community. So no, industrial is not included in that, and because of the nature of industrial development, near net zero is considered to be very challenging, and so isn't proposed to be part of this program. One limitation is at this point we have the development of a density bonus system for these different structures or these different building types is going to depend on having data for all these development types. So the cost to develop, an incremental cost to build near net zero, and then the incremental benefit to the value of land for sale. That's a lot of data that we need to come up with density bonus for all these different development forms, and so that is a potential limitation in developing density bonus for the broad range of development in the community. Next slide. A related consideration is what areas of the community we will want to incentivize for near net zero. The intention regarding energy efficiency for multifamily and commercial that's outlined in the OCP speaks to trying to apply that broadly across all areas and all neighborhoods of the community. The CCAP, or the Community Climate Action Plan, the intention there, some of the actions mirror that interest in the OCP to have energy efficiency across the community. So that supports that notion of having a density bonus as widely applied across the community as possible. But it also includes it also includes an action that's specific to supporting higher density infill in specific areas. That's the core transit network and neighborhood nodes. And so a slightly different approach may be appropriate in that situation. Let's go to the next slide. So regarding the community-wide energy efficiency, and that the intent is to go broad with that one, we need to consider what approach you want to use for the density bonus structure. There's two approaches that can be used. One is an additive approach, and the additive approach is where current construction practices are permitted. Your business as usual is allowed without changing or addressing near net zero. Builders could build buildings that are currently permitted under the existing zoning, but in the additive approach, there would be additional density offered for higher energy efficiency or near net zero construction. Alternative approach is a reductive approach, and in that approach, instead of allowing business as usual, densities across existing zones would be reduced, and then the original density could be achieved for development that achieved near net zero construction. Staff proposed that for the community-wide energy efficiency intention, that a reductive approach makes more sense. That if we're intending to address greenhouse gas production in the community, we do want to disincentivize business as usual, and so a reduction of density in neighborhoods with an allowance to get back to normal density with near net zero would be more appropriate. And the other benefit of that piece is that it maintains current densities in existing neighborhoods, which, dramatic increase to density across the community could result in some concern from residents and people in different parts of the community. Next slide. As opposed to the reductive approach across the community, the core transit network and neighborhood node intention of a density bonus system is likely to benefit from a different approach. In this situation, we are looking to have higher density for a number of reasons, which we'll speak to in a second. But in that additional density in existing neighborhoods where they're not currently contemplated would normally be done through a negotiated rezoning process that would involve a CAC discussion, because that would be given up in the production of a density bonus structure. It makes sense to try and incorporate some of the benefits that might come from that additional density into an amenity, into a density bonus structure. So the additional density that could be achieved in a core transit network and neighborhood node density bonus structure could include near net zero construction requirements, as well as some kind of contribution to amenities such as affordable housing, active transportation system, employment space, something along those lines. Another piece of this one is in order to achieve the additional density in the core transit network and neighborhood nodes, it may be important to consider reduced parking standards in those areas. Parking is often a driver of potential density, and to ensure that it is viable to achieve the higher density in these core transit network and neighborhood nodes, reduced parking standards may be important. And assuming that they are in either adjacent to a neighborhood node or in a neighborhood node with more services available or along the core transit network, there's rationale to support a more walkable community associated with lower parking. Some of the benefits of this approach, we would achieve near net zero building operations in the areas where the density bonus was applied. It would also support transit in terms of having more density along the transit line. I'm going to speak in the next slide to that detail, and help with mode shift from car to or other. Oh, I'm not quite there. I don't worry about it. I've got it on my screen. And then it also supports development of more walkable neighborhoods. Okay, core transit network. So just delving into the core transit network, when we're talking about a potential additive approach to density bonusing in the core transit network, we're specifically talking about the area that has been highlighted in green with pink outline on the map on the screen right there. That map represents parcels that are roughly, with a little bit of subjective line drawing for making boundaries make sense. That boundary represents areas that are within a 400-meter walk of a core transit network bus stop. And the reason this area is identified has to do with our discussions with BC Transit. As part of getting ready for this, we've engaged with BC Transit and talked about the core transit network and what goals would be for that area. Now, in that discussion, BC Transit has indicated that really in the core transit network, to make it a strong functioning network, our goal should be to try and achieve 15-minute transit frequency. That's a reasonable frequency to achieve for a community our size. And in fact, they said sub 15-minute frequency for transit is very challenging to achieve in even larger centers, certainly very challenging in our smaller community. So if we want to achieve a 15-minute frequency and have that transit system take on more of a role in people's lives, there's some things that we need to do. And one of the critical metrics is to try and provide density along that network so there's people that are able to, or people available to use the core transit. And the metrics that BC Transit has indicated are appropriate are 3,500 residents and jobs per square kilometer, not rudiments and jobs. So apologize for that typo. Anyway, the goal is to have 3,500 residents and jobs per square kilometer throughout that area that's within 400 meters of the core transit network. So to try and get a sense of how that plays out in Squamish, we've done some analysis of those lands within the core transit network area. The table there that's on the screen represents a rough estimation of residents and jobs. I want to highlight that it's rough because there's a lot of interpretation that goes into getting these numbers. They're based on the number of households and then calculated with our average population, our household size, and then the numbers of jobs are a calculation that reflects our recent employment space inventory that we've been conducting for the employment land model, and then calculating average employment density. So these are rough numbers for sure, but they do give we're going to integrate this approach around our core transit network and this information into their planning there. So this is, I think, going to help drive that and really focus on getting this core transit network to a good place where it can be regular and more useful to the community. But looking through that, you can see that there are parts of our community, like downtown, which is a really high density of people and jobs per square kilometer, Dentville as well. And then there are other areas where we have a lot of room to improve the density so that our core transit network can be better supported by the community and ultimately become better functioning. So the business park, lots of opportunity for increased number of jobs per square kilometer there. And we do have lots of empty land there that, or that there's underdeveloped or undeveloped land that can help increase that number there over time. The North Yard's pretty close, and there is some development that is coming in. I would note that these numbers reflect what's on the ground, not what's in the pipe. So the developments that are coming down the road will increase these numbers. And for example, in a small area like Brendan, which is currently looking quite low, I've done the calculations once the Centennial project comes in, and it actually looks pretty good once that project comes into place. But other areas of the community, like the Highlands University, are quite low for supporting a core transit network. And actually, as we refine our data from the employment land study, I'm going to redo these calculations, which will then go to Beast Transit when it's part of that Transit Futures program. And I think we'll have some better data as part of that process. And one of the pieces that I want to rerun is the Garibaldi Village area. There's the part west of the highway and east of the highway. East of the highway, behind the Canadian Tire, I think actually when we look at these separately, because there's quite a bit of density west of the highway, I think the area east of the highway will actually come out as a lower density and be a good opportunity for increased density in there as well, especially with the VLA lands. So the long and the short of that is to say that there's that higher residential and employment density in this area there's really strong support for that, and using a density bonus system to do that would be beneficial to our transit system. Next slide. And then a final consideration in the development of the density bonus system is related to the structure of the density bonus incentives. The consultants have conducted a desktop review of 10 local government density bonus systems and have provided a report which is attached to the RTC. They're in the midst of conducting further interviews with staff from 6 of these municipalities. But so far, they've identified 3 options for structuring a density bonus system that are in use in different communities. And I'll just go over those. So the first is a single fixed rate density bonus that's applied community-wide. So essentially trying to figure out, okay, this additional density is of this value and would provide this would have this additional housing cost. And so that analysis helps set, what level of density is provided for going to near net zero construction. It's a fairly straightforward process to understand and administer. The challenge is that an average bonus rate across the community is quite unlikely to reflect the cost and the benefits to developers across all different areas of the community. And that causes some problem in it being a well set up incentive program that has uptake. And also it doesn't have a lot of flexibility or phasing opportunity if you're looking at phasing it in over time. So that system has some weaknesses. Next slide. Another approach is a single fixed rate, but only applies selectively to areas of the community. And this is not uncommon. Other communities that have density bonus systems, they incentivize near net zero construction or net zero construction or green building construction in different parts of the community. So that one bonus structure is applied either to specific areas or specific permitted uses. It's still fairly straightforward to implement and understand, but suffers from the same issues as in the last approach related to the accuracy of reflecting the costs and the benefits to development, and that as allows a phase. You can, as you can roll out parts or broader density bonusing system across the community. But it is a lot more work to create, and it relies on having good data on those incremental costs to achieve near net zero or net zero construction, and the data on the appraised values or estimations on those appraised values. And one thing that I want to note here is that in trying to select these density bonus values, the cost structure or the cost of development and the resale value of the properties is really important. And we're obviously in a time where there's a lot of uncertainty around the future construction costs and values. We don't know what the pandemic is going to do to these cost structures, and so that is a challenge in developing this density bonus system. One of the things that we've stipulated in trying to develop this is that whatever work is done by our consultants, part of it is to come up with a strategy that we can, on a regular basis, update the costs of the benefit associated with the density bonus based on review of costs of development and appraised values. And so, that isn't going to be a challenge at any time because costs of construction and land values and housing values change, but it is particularly a challenge at this point. But we have designed this with the intent of being able to update those values on a regular basis so that can be addressed over time, and certainly after the pandemic ends, or we know what the implications of the pandemic are. And one of the pieces related to this approach, the fixed rates on specific land uses and areas, is that given the amount of information you need to get to come up with a good, accurate density bonus value, it's challenging to apply a system like this to all land uses and zones. There's a lot of work that's going to need to be done to get that, and there's costs associated with getting that information and creating that density bonus structure. And so it is an approach that likely wouldn't be applied to all areas, but would be appropriate to apply to areas where we expect the most growth and where we expect to get the most benefit, and is something that we could do in phases. It could be applied to some areas and then applied to others over time. Next slide. So the preliminary staff proposal, and the consultants involved did not want to make a recommendation on which approach they thought was appropriate at this time. They wanted to, they're saying that there's a need to consider the cost, do the analysis, look at more best practices that they're going to hear about from other communities before they want to make a recommendation. But from staff perspective, it does seem like multiple fixed rates for specific uses and areas is probably likely to generate more uptake and have better targeted density bonus structures, especially because we could apply it to key areas where we expect the most development. But as I said before, the implication would be that it would not necessarily apply to all development if we were to use this structure. Next slide. Almost done. Next steps in the project, the consultants are finishing interviews with local government. They'll have a report on what's learned from those interviews, and that's nearly done. By the end of April, phase 2 is expected to be completed. As part of that, there's a desire to do impact analysis, or include impact analysis. So what are the expected GHG reductions we would see from implementing a density bonus program across the community over time? Lots of assumptions need to go into that, level of uptake, what development is that's going on, but we want to have some idea of what the impact is of putting this in place on GHG reduction. There's some public and industry engagement that needs to happen, and that needs to reflect cost analysis. We need to do that analysis, and the consultants are going to be working on that, what the incentive level should be, what's the viability based on the incremental cost increases of going to net zero construction or near net zero construction, and the appraised values of those housing products or commercial products. And then finally, phase 3, which is intended to be done over May, is to draft the density bonus structure and the regulatory language. So that is the content of the presentation. If you go to the next slide, what staff is interested in at this point is some comments on kind of these 4 main areas. What are council's thoughts on this proposal, which has some fairly significant applying to a broad range of residential and commercial development in communities seem appropriate, recognizing that the number of places we can apply to will be limited by the cost and data analysis for the incentive values, but that we may be able to use phasing over time to roll it to more places. What does council think about the application of a reductive approach across a broader area of the community and an additive approach to the co-transit network and neighborhood nodes, and the density bonus mechanism? Preliminary thoughts on using multiple fixed rates applied to various land uses or areas. So a very early stages in the development, but interested in council's thoughts on this.
Thank you, Mr. Gunn. So council, if you could focus your questions and comments on those 4 areas, that would be helpful to today's conversation. So I have Councillor Stoner, and then Councillor Race, then Councillor Herford, then Councillor Anderson. Then Councillor.
Recognizing the mayor's request to try and focus comments, but I have a broader question. I'm wondering, Matt, if you can speak to how this interacts, or how this is expected to interact with our CAC policy, and if staff are expecting that there'll be fewer rezonings as a result of including this density bonus in our zoning bylaw.
Yeah, good question. So it depends on the approach we use, but I think if we go with the reductive approach for kind of a broader area, I don't see that as impacting the rezonings and CACs, because that'll essentially be those developments will just be getting to their normal density that they would have achieved under the current zoning bylaw. But in the if this is a big if, it depends on council's interest in implementing this. But if we were to try to apply this to the core transit network, and that does represent a fair bit of change in community, particularly in areas like Highlands and but if we were to do that, that would be setting up a process by which the applicant or landowners would not go through a rezoning process to achieve higher density. And there's a benefit to that in that it could facilitate, ease the process of achieving higher density along the core transit network. Rezoning time is a big issue for developers in terms of trying to go through the process, and that would remove one of the barriers to getting to increasing density. But the downside of that is that it removes the opportunity for discussion around CACs, and that's significant. And so the intention is to build that value into the density bonus system by, in that area where we're looking at an additive approach, to not only have requirements for near net zero, but also to add some value on top of that of a contribution towards either affordable housing or towards influence base or tax transportation, or whatever values are of interest in the CAC, and that can be modified and built over time. But yes, no question, it would, in that additive approach, that would eliminate discussion related to CACs for those projects.
Any other questions, Councillor Stoner?
No, at the moment, thank you.
Councillor Race?
Thank you. I will say I generally support this. I've always thought that density bonusing makes a lot of sense because we can get all kinds of different amenities. It really doesn't cost us anything. Zoning for us is free. It's the builder that has to pay for it. So I agree with your comment that, to me, it's not just GHGs and higher step codes. There's a whole bunch of other amenity possibilities that we might be able to get with this. There is a bit of history to this, and I'll be very brief, but the S block was a proposal, and S was for sustainability for blocks 44 and 45 next to the Yacht Club, and then the piece of land across the street at the bottom of Cleveland Avenue. And that was in my first term. It actually started in the term before I got on council. But it really never came to council. And talking to planning staff, none of whom are here today, they could never get on the same page with the developer about how much density in return for what green initiative was being proposed. The developer at one point was talking about 18 stories in the plot at the end of Cleveland Avenue, and And so that whole thing just kind of fizzled on that one point, is putting a value to the higher, whatever you call it, the higher construction costs, I guess. It just never made sense. So that is a challenge. Community-wide, I tend to agree with staff's approach in the sense that I doubt there's a one-size-fits-all for this thing, and what might be workable on downtown, for example, may not be workable on other transit corridors like Government Road or in the Estates. And so I think when we're looking at this, I think we're going to have a really clear vision of what density we might be prepared to go to for some of these areas. And for example, downtown, where it's already zoned for 6, are we prepared to go to 10? Are we prepared to go to 8? Are we prepared to go to 12 to get some of the things we want? And does that kind of fit within how we see our community developing? And that might be quite different from someplace like the Estates or Government Road at the edge of Brackendale. And so I think we will have to consider that vision. It leads you to this additive or reductive thing, and we went through this, as you remember, last term with trying to apply that sort of a scheme on Cleveland Avenue, where the buildings were zoned for 4 stories, and I think we proposed reducing it to 2 stories, but come back to us and tell us what amenities you're going to give us and building standards, and we'll take you back up to 4 stories. And the development community went rather apoplectic about all of that, and there were things that I hadn't considered, such as the reducing of the value on their balance sheets, which affected financing, and a whole bunch of other collateral issues. So I think reductive is very difficult where there's existing zoning that you plan on reducing, and that may not work at all. If we're talking about a vision and saying, okay, if you just want to build your basic building, we're not going to give you our full vision, but if you do want to upgrade the construction and so forth, then we'll go to a higher number, which is sort of additive zoning, really. I think that might be more workable. If we're talking about a rezoning of something that's just kind of vacant land now, then we're really not doing, all bets are off, and we can really ask for what we want. But I think we have to be very careful about taking away existing zoning rights to put these properties into sort of a scheme that they're not contemplating right at the moment. And the only other question or comment I had was, with some of these larger developments, and I'm just going to pick on Waterfront Landing, for example, which is, I think, the largest one that's underway now. They started off under one scheme. If we put this scheme in place, would they be able to incorporate it into subsequent phases that they haven't started construction on right now? Or would that require basically going back and rezoning those phases? So those are my comments. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Council, just so you know, we're going to start live streaming your images now that the slide presentation is over, so try and look your best. Mr. Gunn, any comments or response to those statements? Some sounded like questions.
Okay, go on.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I do think there are going to be some challenges with implementing this, no question. I think our goal, so the biggest piece that I worry about this is getting that value right, having the right amount of density offered based on the additional cost associated with with adding the near net zero. And so that analysis is really critical for that. But, doing that analysis and then taking that to the development community is going to be an interesting process. I do worry that there will be concern around whether those numbers are right. And certainly, I think there's, I think Councillor Race's point about concern that we'll hear around reducing density is very true. I think a number of these elements are going to be challenging for sure. And so it's, we're going to do our best to come up with numbers that are on the mark and then test them with the developers. My hope is that we accessibility in some areas, but I do think it is very challenging. The flip side is, in terms of the reductive versus the additive, is that the reductive definitely is challenging because I don't think anybody is going to like the idea of giving up what they currently feel entitled to. Additive has its own challenges in that, one, it may not preclude business as usual. And so the question is, how strong do we want to go to try and achieve that reduced carbon operations over time? And, the additive also is going to have challenges with community palatability. I think, proposing, increases in neighborhoods that are, existing, single-family neighborhoods or, anywhere on a broad scale will encounter some resistance, potentially significant resistance in areas. And so that's challenging. I think it's challenging on all sides. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the community responds to it as we roll out information about it.
Thank you. Mr. Valenskis?
Just wanted to also add that Council raised a good question about existing developments. And so those developments like Waterfront Landing, where we have entered into legal agreements about how the development is going to enroll and what density they have secured, I don't think that we're going to be able to apply this to those scenarios. These are going to be more areas where we haven't contemplated a development application yet. And so there isn't a legal agreement attached to the property. And the other point I wanted to raise was some areas we will have to be very careful about introducing this additive approach in that core transit network. One of them being the Garibaldi Estates, where we know we're going to be going through a neighborhood planning exercise probably in the next couple of years. And so we wouldn't want to, allow higher density now before we go through this process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, quick follow-up, Councillor Rees.
Yeah, just on the waterfront landing issue, I wasn't thinking that we could go back and force them to do it. I was thinking about the possibility that they would want to take advantage of it and enter into that and possibly get more zoning in return for building to a different step code. So whether we could contemplate that possibility, but I agree, we couldn't force them to do that at this stage.
Thank you. Okay, I've got Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I just want to touch back on the core transit network, and I see that the Highlands and us serving the university is the core network, and I think you had the whole Highlands, a large chunk of the Highlands highlighted on the map in your presentation, and I see the end of that, like the university area, having both development potential and some density currently, and I just wonder about including like how we would go about selecting properties to include in this, whether it would be that entire map or increasing the density at the end of dramatically at the end of the service, in this case in the university area, versus which I don't think would be a huge a massive change for the well-established existing community of the Highlands. So that piece I kind of wanted to understand, because to me there's a couple different property types there, the sort of the undeveloped at the university at the end of the core transit network, and the Highlands, which so I guess the question would be, what density would be considered? What would a bonusing sort of look like in those residential areas that the core transit network passes through, given that the density is really in these nodes that we're encouraging?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. That is a good question. There is opportunities to do it in different ways. Clearly, areas where there is either undeveloped lands or underdeveloped lands, and so I'm thinking the university and the VLA lands. Those are real big opportunities to try and achieve better densities aligned with kind of the densities we want to support the core transit network. It depends on how strongly we want to go down the road of trying to support the core transit network and meet those actions in the CCAP. If there's a strong desire to really go down that road, then that's where we're starting to talk about transformative change and offering like changing the permitted uses in established neighborhoods. But that will result in there'll be people that will have some concern about that in those existing neighborhoods. But what that would look like at the far end of the spectrum, if that was something that we were interested in doing, that would involve changing the permitted uses within 400 meters of that core transit network, and permitting either some form of flexes or townhouses, and eventually providing an incentive for consolidation and redevelopment in those areas. So that is a significant change if that's something that if you're wanting to achieve that action throughout the community in that core transit network. But the thing with the density bonus structure is that it could be by mixing the additive and reductive approach and using that different the various rates for different areas and uses, you could target different areas as you see fit. So if the feeling is that the Highlands is not a place that is appropriate for that level of density, then it doesn't have to be applied to that area. The university is, it could be applied to that area, and so on.
Okay. Thank you. I got one sort of similar question, I guess, is outside of the core network, we've got essentially Brackendale and Valleycliff, to be really broad strokes about it. And what I think that giving those areas sort of some tools to move up the rank to maybe be able to justify more transit, or to become part of the core network, or however you want to say that. I wonder how much that is plays into the sort of the calculations and the planning here, so that we can justify further expansion, not just on the core, but outside of, and if this approach would be the appropriate tool for that goal as well.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. I shouldn't say too much about transit since I'm not in the area, and I do hang out with somebody who does a fair bit of the work on transit, so I don't want to step on anything. But I will give you my thoughts on it from discussions with BC Transit. First off, in terms of the core transit network, or I think what's going to become known as the frequent transit network, that is ultimately likely to run from downtown to the village or the commercial center and the estate, and then have a branch up to the university, maybe a branch out to Brackendale, eventually maybe a branch up to the town area. Something along there'll be these branches going on. Some of the areas of town it's going to be hard to get that frequent transit service because of the densities that are in there. And so the approach, and I didn't include a map, but the approach to try and address, I think, your point along these lines is that there are established neighborhood nodes in, for example, Valleycliff and in Brackendale. And so the approach, the density bonus structure could be applied, and the intention is to look at applying it to those nodes as well. So within a walking distance of the node in Brackendale and in Valleycliff, 400 meters, that it would be possible to apply that density bonus structure in those areas and allow higher permitted densities for that near net zero and amenities included. But again, they are fairly big questions to contemplate, because that is a fair bit of change in those communities to add significant density in those areas as part of a fairly broad approach. It does reflect the policies in both the OCP and the action plan, the Community Climate Action Plan. So we have quite a bit of strong policy support for doing these, but of course the devil's in the details when people start, if people see, hey, we're proposing this increased density right here, that could, going to the rubber hitting the road could result in some
Stoner, I've got a quick follow-up. As I was thinking about
Councillor Herford, it's got to be quick because I want to wrap up and I've got 3 other councillors that want to speak. So this is your last question.
Okay, okay, I'll be quick. With the approach of the reductive, where we need to achieve this level to level of step code or energy efficiency to receive the density you currently have. What about the concept and why is this approach considered rather than just saying, hey, this is the step code that we expect, period?
Mayor. So, sorry, is your thought why use the density bonusing? Why not just set a requirement for the step code that is required to be achieved?
That's the question.
Yeah, and so we do have our step code is structured that we are adopting higher levels of step code over years. So I think our next steps are in 2021 or 2022, Jonas. Anyway, we are climbing the step code over time, and we're requiring increased efficiency of buildings. So that is coming. This is more of a preemptive, move now. There's a question of allowing people to go business as usual, but then provide the opportunity with the additive if we want to do that along the core transit network. But it's specific to outside of that additive approach. We do have a program where we're adding to higher levels of the step code over time, and so we will over time achieve higher efficiency. Jonas, do you have anything to add to that?
Sure, yes. So the other aspect of this scheme is the energy source, and that is not something that we can mandate unilaterally. We have to, if we want to manipulate it, it has to be done through a density bonus system.
Okay, thank you. That was a short question. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Herford. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like just to mention that I believe the phase 1 research work that's been done is very useful and well done. I think that's most valuable information. My first question is, considering the density bonus mechanism that staff is proposing and which I support, what is the role for neighborhood plans? And I'm thinking about policy. Is there new terms of reference needed for neighborhood plans? They're not referenced in your report today. What is their role in this policy, evolving policy?
Through you, Mayor. So ideally, this would all come after all the neighborhood plans had been completed, and we had a clear sense of the level of density that was supported in all of these areas. And then we could then create a density bonus structure that reflected that and move forward in that way. Unfortunately, the time involved in developing those neighborhood plans is significant, and we don't have those at this time. So this is an attempt to provide opportunity to achieve these higher or lower carbon or near net zero strategies in the short term, but it does involve making some choices around potential densities that aren't reflected in broad community consultation within those neighborhoods. So there is a piece of consultation that doesn't exist that would be helpful to that if it exists.
Mr. Vilniskis?
And I just wanted to add, as I said previously, that is something we definitely recognize as a competing policy. And so we will be very careful, I think, in applying this tool if we go down this road in those areas, specifically in the areas that are in our schedule close to going through the neighborhood planning process. And I think generally in those areas where we don't have neighborhood plans, that we won't probably see dramatic shifts density, that this is going to have to be a fairly careful exercise in how much more density we're allowing.
Any other questions, Councillor Anderson?
Yes, please. The second part of the recommendation to Council today, pursuing development of this initiative within the 2020 zoning bylaw, this is shaping to be a very ambitious zoning bylaw review. are we keeping appropriate focus on the employment lands related initiatives within this review in terms of timing and staff workload?
Yeah, so I would say most of my time these days is working on the employment land model, and we're coming to council with that in the near term, but that is by no means been lost as a focus. That is at the top of the list.
Thank you. A couple of quick comments. Referring to the discussion of the density bonus application, which forms of development, which areas of the community, it seems to me that you're making noting differences between the OCP and the Community Climate Action Plan. I would just like to note that also the public engagement that has been deployed for the last OCP review and for the Climate Action Plan are quite different, and this should be taken into account in weighing those two competing sets of recommendations, or evolving sets of recommendations, if you like. Next, on the slide that you have for Core Transit Network, and there's a chart of residents and jobs per cubic meter, I wanted to just highlight that the really striking figure on that slide is the one at the bottom, the 15,000 plus residents and only 6,000 plus jobs. So that we have a community-wide, a significant community-wide jobs to housing ratio imbalance that we always have to keep in mind when we think about opportunities for modal shift, transit modal shift, opportunities to reduce parking standards because the cars on the road, the cars in our streets are relating to being a commuting community. And finally, this imbalance at the bottom of that chart, the community-wide imbalance, underscores the need for appropriate attention by all of us to economic development and local jobs. And I'm just offering that as a general observation, that we measure what we're doing in all of these things around these bigger picture issues, and one of them is that community-wide imbalance. Finally, I'd just like to also highlight that an evolving discussion in this world of green building is embodied carbon. And I have a chart I'll just display here. There's two bars. One is embodied carbon, one is not operational. We're only talking about operational today, but the discussion on what to do in municipal level on embodied carbon is evolving and may evolve in the years to come. The province is has a project to evaluate embodied carbon in the built environment. The City of Vancouver is taking great interest in this. So I just highlight this as something that's evolving as we move in these initiatives on green building. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Pettengill.
Thank you. So some comments I'll try and fire through quickly. So the one thing I wanted to make sure, we had some discussion during the Climate Action Plan about being agile and making sure we're adapting quickly to new information. And so I just wanted to highlight to the degree we think there are policy gaps, that we raise those, and I want to make sure that staff know that I'm very open to thinking about policy adjustments where it makes sense. And one reason I mentioned that in particular is it really highlighted for me the focus on the core transit network. And in my mind, that is much more important, getting people on public transit better than cars, but even more important than public transit is walkable neighborhoods in my mind. And I think if that's an important distinction, and I don't know that we've got that highlighted high enough. And so you could have multifamily homes where everyone has a bus stop within 400 meters, but the residential area is still quite separate from the employment area. And so most of the people are having to take a bus. And now it's a bus instead of a car, which is an improvement, but you're still having to take a bus to get to work, as opposed to much more mud developments where most of the people are walking to work and walking to services. And to my mind, that sort of more mud-oriented idea is much more important, followed by the core transit piece. So I want to make sure we're capturing that somehow. And that speaks to my thought about making sure we're thinking about density as a system. And this did come across in the report fairly strongly, but density is not good in and of itself. We need to make sure that the residential density is matched to the employment density, that the sorts of jobs that are walkable match the sorts of housing that people want to live in, who are going to work in those jobs. So we're thinking about the whole picture. And one of the thoughts that came to my mind in this, we've got a resolution on the PACE program, which helps people retrofit their homes. but can we bundle in this if a developer is willing to help the neighborhood, through securing some financing, to help redevelop their homes? Does that become part of their density bonus structure? So the increased density in their building is being matched by sort of an improved elevation in the whole community. So are there some other creative ways we can figure out how to move the needle forward on some of these things? I do want to highlight, our current developer community is a community that knows how to develop where we don't have these near zero standards. And so we may find that to achieve what we want, it requires a different developer community. And so I think we do have developers here right now who can do this kind of building quite effectively, but to the degree we hear from the existing development community, oh, this is impossible, so on and so forth, we should treat that, I think, with some skepticism, because, if you look in other places in the world, I think a lot is quite possible. And I do hear from especially some of our smaller developers some of the rather innovative things they want to do here. I want to be cautious about certification. Some of them talked about, an evaluation of the building after a year and certifying it if it met the performance requirements after a year. But, and I don't think we highlighted any of those ones, but I want to be really careful about that kind of approach where then we're stuck with a building where what do we do with it? It doesn't need the certification after all, but it's there now. So that sort of system didn't seem like a great idea to me. I think some sort of rules about or conditions about not having any fossil infrastructure, so not having gas lines in your home is an important piece of this, because it's about incentivizing the sorts of infrastructure we want to see and disincentivizing the sorts of economies and infrastructure we don't want to see. And so I would make that a piece of this. In terms of the grid and not being true net zero at this point, that is not a concern, because I think we see alternative energy sources coming on very, very quickly. And so if we're near net zero with the grid, I mean, that's fantastic. And that, that is not a particular concern.
How many more?
I think 2.
Thank you.
Zero GHG is critical for the climate emergency, so that's our most urgent issue. The passive emission efficiency piece, which comes with the STEP code, is important. That's more about longer-term operational cost savings. So it's important, but it's not the crisis piece. So I am willing to give up some on the STEP code to meet some of the zero G pieces. And then the final piece is, I think industrial building is really important, and it may require people to think about not having a huge bay door that's open all day in the winter. And so maybe you need a ventilation system with some heat capture and some of those things. And, we are asking everybody to think differently, to be innovative, to do things differently, and I don't think we should be leaving the industrial sector out of this either. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Valniscus, I saw you raise your hand quite early on in Councillor Pettengill's comments.
Yes, just very quickly, I just wanted to clarify that in this exercise, we're only talking about the densities, walkable communities, and looking at every neighborhood and making sure that there's neighborhood level services is also going to be part of the zoning bylaw, just not part of this specific exercise.
Thank you for that clarity. Councillor French.
Thank you. No questions, and I think that some really great work has been done on this. So acknowledging staff for the quality of what we've seen so far. Much like Councillor Herford had was the direction he was going in some of his comments, Garibaldi Highlands, I see that more as a pathway in the core transit network to Quest, as opposed to the entire neighborhood being within the core transit network. And I'm generally supportive of the direction that staff is recommending on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to put my own comments in here. I do think we have to consider the transit corridor with regard to Brackendale and Valleycliff, as Councillor Herford mentioned, whether that's just putting density around a neighborhood node, but some nod to helping us increase transit frequency to those neighborhoods, I think is important. I wondered too on the reductive piece that goes across the community as a whole, whether it is simpler. I think by 2021 on Part 9 buildings, we're at Step 4 already. So whether it wouldn't be easier to just go to a Step 4 and then put the density bonus on the energy system piece. whether that provides a simpler pathway, given that by the time you write all this and do your engagement, we're within sort of 5 or 6 months of that change for those types of buildings. Anyway, I like how some of the other communities are still taking cash in their density bonus system, so that there is an amenity contribution, and that they're not losing that. I was also curious about Surrey's. It's based on the increase in the land value or the land lift. And I know that has come up in the past, but I don't know if that's something that staff is looking at as an option, is to capture some of the land lift.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so the land lift should be incorporated into the analysis that we're trying to do, because it reflects, one, what the incremental cost to get that near net zero, and then with that product, which reflects a change from a single family home to a higher density housing form, we're doing appraisal of those, we're calling them archetypes, those permitted uses, to understand what the value of that additional development is. And so that additional value is worked into the consideration of what that density should be that's added. It's like an iterative, like, okay, if this additional value, how much density do we have to add? So it is worked into that. The land lift is generally referred to as, like, if you change the zoning, what is that additional value there? Whereas in this situation, rather than somebody applying and then doing the land lift, we would do it up front, and so we'd have to assume that permitted use is always already there. But if you moved from one permitted use to the other, that would be the lift in value that gets addressed in that density bonus. So it is roughly, it's a bit of a different way to do it, but it does try to address the same concept.
Unlike some of my colleagues, I think the additive approach for the core transit network is important along the length of the core transit network. I don't think we should be excluding any neighborhoods. And I'm not saying that large apartment buildings go all the way along in every neighborhood, but we could go from single family homes to duplex are allowable, or triplexes, or stacked townhomes. So I think there are absolutely densities that fit for neighborhoods all along the core transit network, and we should not be prioritizing one neighborhood over another. I think to make it work, we all recognize in this OCP that some density is coming so that we can live within our growth management boundary until we're at 34,000 people. That means all neighborhoods have to take up some of this density. I think how we do it is important. So I think as we communicate this going forward, it's not, oh, hey, all you single family neighborhoods, here come high-rise apartments. It's no. In fact, everyone along the core transit network, you can go right ahead now and build a duplex if you want. You don't need to keep the single family home once you pull it down, that kind of thing. So I think we have to match the density to the neighborhood until we have neighborhood plans in place. I think it's important, but it should go along the whole transit network. And I think that's all. I think I commented on all of them. I am worried about this getting quite complex. I know that you've chosen the sort of multiple fixed rates as your preferred option versus just a blanket approach. So whatever you can do to keep it simple, I think in the short term to get this zoning bylaw done in 2020 would be wise. So whether that's limiting some areas for now over others, or yeah, just being cautious on that, Mr. Gunn. Yep.
As a response to that, good point, thank you. Would creating a density bonus system that applied to kind of key areas where we see the biggest need for it, the biggest opportunity for it, with the concept that it could be rolled out to other areas over time, would that be appealing as opposed to trying to do it too broadly, which you're right is going to, one, we're going to exhaust our resources to do the analysis
certainly for me, and as Councillor Anderson put it, you know, we have other priorities we're trying to accomplish here, and if this gets too big and unruly, we may lose some of those other priorities. So I think the neighborhood nodes, what we're trying to achieve in terms of the across the community versus where we imagine the biggest opportunities for density in the short term, I think would be my priorities. Any other quick comments? I saw Councillor Stoner and then Pettengill and then Anderson, then we'll wrap it up because we're already an hour and a quarter behind schedule.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree that rolling this out with some priority areas makes good sense. I'm also curious to see how it works relative to the rezoning process. So I recognize that not all properties are available for rezoning, but I do think that we have been able to achieve many of these things through rezoning process. So I'm curious, just as we do roll this out in some priority areas, one, does it really facilitate and streamline that process for developers, and is it going to get us what we want in an easier way? One thing that I did want to bring up that I was really curious about through the report is I'm supportive of the reductive approach across the community-wide area, and then supporting an additive approach in the core transit network and the neighborhood nodes, and agree that that should be the entirety of the core transit network. But I'm also curious in that areas where we're looking for much higher density and that adaptive approach, whether we consider not just low carbon energy systems, but requiring on-site renewable generation. Because this is one piece to me that didn't come out in this discussion, but was definitely part of the report, was whether we actually are able to just, as we continue to electrify everything, that there are impacts to that as well. And I think part of this needs to be that more medium to long-term vision around how we diversify our electricity sources, and not just relying on the fact that we have a relatively low carbon electricity system in BC. I don't think that that is good enough. I do think we need to start pushing our community to think about on-site renewable generation. So I would like to put that out there, if we can not overcomplicate it, but add that piece in somewhere.
Thank you, Councillor Pettengill, and then Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, and I appreciate the opportunity. I do support the reductive strategy, and I also chafe a bit when we end up competing or finding competing choices in our current system. So to my mind, affordable housing versus a green building shouldn't be a choice. Those are both basically requirements. And so I would take reductive and be very coarse in it's a pretty low standard you can build to if you don't do those things. And so that's where we find the simplicity and efficiency in my mind. And I'm not in a rush to develop everything right away. So it's okay if some people say, well, that minimum standard is too much and I can't actually meet the green standard yet. Well, I think that's okay. And if there are key cases where we want to make some adjustments, we can do that. But for my mind, that's the way to keep things simple.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson?
Yes, I also favor the staff's proposed reductive approach. And I think I'd like to express, I would like to be very cautious about applying density that is, whether we should be prioritizing one neighborhood over another. I think there's many reasons why we might want to do this. I think we also need to hear from the community, and we will over the coming months on this topic. But there are other values and considerations to take into account, so I suggest that we may not have a consensus on this issue of whether to apply this community-wide or one neighborhood versus another for added density. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Gunn, do you have what you need?
Yes, it's good input. I appreciate the feedback.
Okay. There was a motion
Yes.
that we received the report and that staff pursue development of a density bonus system for inclusion in the 2020 zoning bylaw update based on the feedback received today. Moved by Councillor Stoner. Seconded by Councillor Race. Any comments? I'll call the question. Please only vote if you're voting opposed. All those in favor? Any voting opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. I realize that we're very behind schedule. Ms. Arthurs, are the staff we need for the Valley Cliff discussion still on the line?
Jesse? Would be Jesse.
Be Mr. Morwood?
He's there, yep.
Okay.
Yep, and the consultant, too.
Mr. Morwood, I just need to take yourself off mute if you can.
Hi there, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you for waiting. We had some technical difficulties earlier in the day, and I'm sorry we're so far behind. We're just getting your slide presentation up. I can't see it on my screen. It's coming. Councilor Anderson, if you could mute your device, please.
Oh.
We've got the blue screen.
The blue screen.
Yeah. Okay, well, so we don't have any more delays. Can the public see it? Because all of council was emailed these. Well, if it's on the screen up here, can they not see it? Yeah. So councilors, open up the presentation you were emailed today. That's okay. Okay. Council, do you all have the presentation up on your screen? On your own? That's not sharing well, but it is streaming live to the public. So, Mr. Morwood, if you can just tell us which slide we're on, we will all follow along with you.
Steve Morwood here, Capital Projects Manager for the District of Squamish, and I assume you can hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, great. Perfect. Thank you very much. Joining me today is Stuart Rothney from HCMA Architecture, Jesse Fletcher, planner with the District of Squamish, as well as Deputy Fire Chief Aaron Foote. We're presenting on the Valley Cliff Fire Hall and EOC, and we're focusing on the form and character of the building today. Before we get into the form and character, I just want to take the opportunity to provide a quick project update. Then Mr. Rothney will be presenting on the building layout and design, and Ms. Fletcher will be presenting on the form and character review. One note about the form and character review, I think that needs clarifying. Normally at this stage in a building, a developer would be seeking a development permit or DP from council. However, as this is a district building, a DP is not required here. Even though it's not required, we are following a very similar process, and this is to ensure that we are doing our due diligence on the design of the new building. And sorry for clarification, we're on slide 2, and I'm moving to slide 3 now. So as far as the project update, we have 2 major concurrent activities happening. First is we're working on the temporary fire hall. This is going to be located at the Clark and Guildford area. In fact, this week we're trying to finalize the designs. As part of this, we're going to be purchasing a few modular buildings directly for this purpose. We do intend to use these buildings for the Tantalus Fire Hall replacement as well. And then after that, there'll be district assets that we can use. So we anticipate having the installation and commissioning of the temporary fire hall set up this summer. As far as our main fire hall that we're replacing, we're just finishing up the schematic design and completing an updated cost estimate. Shortly, we're going to be moving into the detailed design here phase for the project. Anticipate this is going to take a number of months. Following that, we're going to start working on the tender and construction packages, and which is a fairly involved process for a building of this scale. We hope to have all that, we intend to have all that finished this fall, at which time we can tender award contracts and start construction of the new building. Next slide, please. I'm going to pass you on to Stuart Rothney from HCMA Architecture. He's going to present the layout and design. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Very happy to present an update of the proposal. I'm going to move to slide 5. This is a site plan of the proposed fire hall. I'm going to walk you through the current state of the design and give you an update in terms of the look and feel. The current site plan, the image that you see on this slide represents the red tone is the building itself, and the balance of the site around it is to accommodate the needs for parking, both for staff and for volunteer fire services, and the main training yard. The drawing indicates north to the top, where entry to the site is from Clark Drive, where that dark arrow is, and the training yard, the existing training yard, is at the south. And you may recall from our previous presentation, there are a number of constraints working against us in terms of the placement of the building. You may recall we discussed the BC Hydro right-of-way, some legal parcels that were crossing the site. And as a result, the placement of the building largely responds to those constraints. The key thing I think for Council to recognize is that we need to provide access for fire apparatus onto the site, and the ability to take those vehicles around the building and come in at the back of the building on return from a call. And then when they exit, they leave directly out the front of the building and return to Clark Drive. The area required for that movement of those vehicles takes up a large proportion of the site. And you'll see to the left, there's a row of proposed parking that will provide the additional parking that we need. You go to slide 6. This is a floor plan of the lowest floor, the main floor. The pink area in the middle of the slide is the apparatus bays. So there are intended to be 4 apparatus bays to accommodate the vehicles. And the pink areas and the rooms around it in pink are the additional suppression functions that are associated with the apparatus bays. Those include such functions as the turnout gear rooms, decontamination rooms, gear extractor, and some workshop space for servicing needs. And then the entry to the building will actually be to the left. If you look to the left, the floor plan where the white area is just below where there is a purple area, you actually will enter the building on the side, and I'll talk about that more in a second. And then the other 2 components on this floor, on the bottom left of the image is a training room. That's the pale blue area, and that training facility is available for the fire service and has direct access both from the main entry and directly out into the training yard. And of course, that training room also functions as the new EOC for the district. And so in emergency response mode, that will be activated for EOC functions, and there's an adjoining radio room to support that. And the third function that goes on there is related to potentially community use, and that is something that could potentially be bookable for other needs if that's available. The other area on this plan is to the far right, which is the fitness facility, again in pale blue, that is built off the side into the edge of the apparatus bay. Go to slide 7. Sorry, my image is folding here. Just 1 second. Slide 7 is the second floor of the building. You'll see the large X in the middle of the plan is actually the upper level of the double height apparatus bay. And to the left is the areas provided for fire administration. So they're largely office space for the administration team. What's unique about the Squamish Fire Hall is a lot of those career fire service personnel are also respond to calls, and so the administration is on the second level with the ability to transfer through down to the lower apparatus bay to respond to calls. All the areas in pink are office and office support areas. There's a meeting room at the front. The area that is a square with a cross in it at the top of the image is the elevator, and there is a stair adjacent to that. So visitors that would be coming to meet with any of the fire administration team would come up the elevator from the entry and come to reception on this level. On the far side, on the right-hand side, is some additional storage capacity that serves the general needs of the apparatus base. Go to the next image. This is level 3, and you'll see here that the top level is given over to the day room and functions around the dorm rooms for the suppression teams. We're proposing 4 individual dorm rooms here with a day room for the staff to prepare meals and to provide some additional training area. And in addition, there are some shower facilities adjacent to the dorm rooms, lockers, etc. The purple areas are largely support areas for mechanical needs. So what we're describing is a 3-story building with a large double-height apparatus bay in the middle. Next slide. So slide 9 gives you an indication of the look and feel. This is a rendering seen from Clark Drive coming towards the building. Obviously, the chief is in the background and a very dominant element of the site. The building itself faces directly onto Clark Drive with the overhead doors glazed so we can see into the apparatus from Clark Drive. To the right of the image is the access road that provides access to the rear training yard and is separated by a gate, a vehicular gate, to provide some restriction to travel into the back area. The immediate right is the parking area, and then the area right almost in the center of the image where the red wall is on the ground floor is the point of arrival for the hall, the entry, and we'll talk about that more in a second. And I will describe some of the materials in a little more detail. The next slide, slide 10, represents a closer image of the front entry. And the key thing to note here is that we have very deliberately changed material at the base condition. We're proposing a very bright steel cladding here that provides the durability we need, but also provides a very intuitive wayfinding to the point of entry, and is also the point of entry for the Emergency Operations Center. The window directly above is, in fact, the window to the primary meeting room up on the first administration floor. And then to the right of the image, you'll see that those areas that are cut into the main volume, you'll see that there are some elements of white brick there. Those elements are around the openings into the main windows serving into administration floors and to the main dorm rooms on the upper floor. Next image is 11. Again, this is a more direct image looking onto the main entry. Slide 12 is a view of the rear of the building, and a few things to note here. The primary functions at the back of the hall are training. You can see in the front of the image where the car is being suppressed there is actually part of the training yard, and that the vehicle movement around the building will allow fire vehicles to come and return directly into the base. So you can see there's a lot of transparency from front to back through the apparatus base. To the far right of the image where the 4 firefighters are standing is where the fitness facility is located. And to the left, you'll see that we've incorporated the fire hose tower directly within the overall building massing. So the white element where the firefighters are climbing the ladder is part of the training facility and also the fire hose tower. The areas to the left of that, there are balconies that open into those day rooms on the upper floor and provide some direct view out towards the chief at the back of the site. The other thing I would point out is on the bottom left of the image, just to the left of the fire truck, you'll see a glazed opening there. That is actually the opening into the training room. Very deliberately, that provides a direct access for fire staff who are moving from the training yard into the training room when they're conducting a series of internal teaching environments and then moving out to the practical realities out in the yard. Slide 13 gives an indication of the materials that we're proposing for the hall. Again, one of the prime considerations is durability. The building is extensively used, and as a result, we are choosing materials that are lasting, can put up with the daily activities that go on within the fire hall, and we're proposing that generally we're using a limited palette of materials to emphasize a single form. So what you see here is an indication of metal cladding, typically, for the exterior of the building. And that is, we're proposing that to be a charcoal color. The intention is to provide some profile to that cladding. It's not flat. And in doing so, that provides a level of shadow and texture to the overall form and starts to break down the scale of it. The areas that are indented from the main metal cladding are going to be in a brick, a composite white brick. Again, the tower that I referenced on the last drawing and some of the indents above is being proposed in white brick. And then the accent colors are obviously related to the red, the use of the red on the building. Our intentions there are to use the color in a very deliberate way to provide identity to the entry. We described that earlier. And also to highlight those elements that are to the soffit conditions of where the building indents away from the metal cladding. Within the actual apparatus bay, we're proposing a wood structure. The entire building is in fact proposed to be wood, apart from some areas of masonry. So the primary building material is wood. And then within the apparatus bays, there are exposed wood ceilings with wood ceiling throughout. So within the bays, there's a very strong warmth that you will see through those apparatus bay windows. In addition, there are other elements of glazing, which we're generally proposing either very clear glazing or slightly tinted glazing, nothing too dark, obviously to provide some lightness to the general feel of the building as we go around it. And then finally, image 14, I return to the overall image again. It was our intention, very deliberately, to create a very single, compact form for the building, not essentially to break it up into too many parts. I think the site in itself, underneath the base of the chief, demands a very strong form, and certainly the site can take that, yet at the same time providing a very significant civic presence to Clark Drive. And in doing so, we've created these moments of accent where you can see the elevations pull in away from the outside walls to create the accents at doors, windows, and openings, and really reflective of the solidity of the chief and those moments where the chief is broken apart by crevasses, those breaks in the rock and those types of challenging moments of transition within the landscape around. And with that, that's my summary. I'm happy to take questions at the end.
Thank you, Mr. Rothney. Ms. Fletcher, are you ready with your presentation?
I am, yes. So to slide 15, please. So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jessie Fletcher, planner with Community Planning. And I'm just going to walk you through the form and character review today. So next slide, please, slide 16. So the architects have given you a brief overview of the site, and I will add a bit of context to it. The site is located at the south end of Clark Drive, with property lines along Highway 99 and Valley Drive
the site is zoned P2, which is Assembly District, and the OCP land use is civic and institutional. The site does not require a development permit for flood or for environment, nor does it require a development permit for form and character, though if it were not an institutional use, it would fall within Development Permit Area 3, the Universal Guidelines, and Development Permit Area 8, Highway 99 Guidelines. Next slide, please. So slide 17, the Local Government Act indicates that municipalities are able to designate certain uses as subject to development permits for form and character, such as industrial or multifamily use. Institutional is not one of those uses, however. Our official community plan does recognize that institutional uses are not subject to development permit areas, but does encourage institutional uses to consider appropriate applicable DPA guidelines when contemplating new development. So planning staff reviewed the use of the site and the location and decided that Development Permit Area 9 was the most appropriate set of guidelines to apply to the site given the use and location. The site is only slightly visible from Highway 99 and not visible from the Clark Drive Highway 99 intersection. The form is driven by use more than a typical development, and given that the use is for the preservation of life safety, it was important to recognize how the site was designed to accommodate this. Next slide, please. So slide 18. These are 4 shots from Google Street View showing the site from different perspectives. Basically went up and down looking for the few locations where you can see the site from the highway, and those are the bottom 2 pictures. And this is one of the key aspects that we considered when we were deciding which guidelines to apply. Next slide, please. Slide 19, the site is constrained by an existing BC Hydro right-of-way, the existing fire training yard, and significant slopes, as we spoke about earlier. The new structure will be sited in the northernmost area of the site, with parking located along the west property line. Limited loading will occur in the rear, and waste storage is proposed along the west property line. So the red star on the slide identifies the approximate location of the proposed fire hall in relation to the site overall. Next slide, please. So slide number 20. So staff reviewed the proposed development against the zoning bylaw, and the building largely meets the requirements. This table was also included in your project report today and is a brief summary of some of the key zone requirements that this project meets. It does look, however, like the project will need 2 variances, and I will summarize those in the next 2 slides. We're not bringing the variances for consideration today. We can do that at a later date, but we just wanted to provide a summary of them. So next slide, please, so slide 21. So the first of the 2 variances is a request to vary section 4.4, which is the zoning bylaw section on accessory buildings, which does not permit accessory buildings in the front yard. The proposed waste room is considered within the front yard, that is between the front face of the building and the front property line. The front lot line is considered the narrowest lot line shared with a public road, which in this instance is the lot line shared with Highway 99. This regulation is intended to minimize intrusions of accessory buildings within the front setback. Accessory buildings are typically less visually appealing than principal buildings and may take away from the desired aesthetic that the front setback intends to establish. In this instance, the location of the waste room is not in a very visible location. It is attractively cladded, and there are limited alternative locations on site. Enclosed waste rooms are also a critical component to ensuring that the site is bear safe. This waste room follows the guidelines on waste room enclosures that is set by the district's wildlife attractant bylaw. Next slide, please. So slide 22, the second variance is a variance to section 41.11 of the zoning bylaw, which is our section on the design of parking lots. A variance is requested to eliminate the requirement to include 1 landscaped island containing 1 tree for every 8 parking stalls. Because the principal use here is fire hall, response times dictate that vehicle parking should be located as close to the building as possible, and in the opinion of the fire department, the inclusion of parking islands would unnecessarily increase response times. The subject site is extensively treed and landscaped, which offsets lack of landscaping in the parking area. We're also exploring additional landscaping opportunities on site, including the landscaped area around the flag at the north end of the building and some additional detailed landscaping along the driveway. Next slide, please, to slide 23. So a thorough DPA compliance review was provided to you today in your report. I'm just going to guide you through some overarching themes. The layout of the building reflects the uses on site. The offices are all southwest facing, while the driveway allows for unencumbered access to the rear training yard and unencumbered access to the fire bays. The building is sited close to the intuitive front of the site. All storage is located behind the building, obscuring it from the view of individuals entering the site. Landscaping on site is minimal, but does include some light landscaping around the Class B bicycle parking to create a softer, more welcoming pedestrianscape. Opportunities for more and improved landscaping are continually being explored by the project team. Next slide, please, to slide 24. The building has a simplified massing that slopes up at an angle, creating an interesting and varied roof line. The aesthetics of the building are clean and modern and mirror the chief in the background. The colors chosen include metal cladding in a charcoal gray, accented with off-white brick. The darker cladding will weather well over time and meet DPA guidelines that guide new buildings to incorporate colors that blend with the surrounding environments to reduce the visual impact of the facility. The off-white brick accents help soften the charcoal cladding. Glazing of the apparatus bays will not be tinted, which will allow for the large interior wood beams to be visible from the exterior, further softening the primary charcoal palette. The red fire trucks on site will also accent and complement the design of the building. Next slide, please, and then back over to Jesse Morwood for the recommendations.
Thank you. Council, there's not a lot of discussion here, but happy to take questions. Councillor French, and then Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I see that the advisory design panel meeting in 2 days does not have this on their agenda. Will this go before ADP?
Mr. Morwood, you're on mute.
Apologies.
That's all right.
No, thank you for the question. Through the mayor, no, it's not going through the advisory council. This, as it's not a DP, it's not required, and my understanding is the advisory council is for DPs. Ms. Fletcher, I don't know if you have any follow-up to that.
I can follow up in that, yeah, because it's not a DP, it's not required to go to advisory design panel, but it's also a matter of timing and resources and getting the consultants ready for advisory design panel. So the decision was made not to bring it forward.
Thank you.
Okay, and follow up, I heard clearly that it's wood construction, so I'm looking for confirmation that this will be wood studs and no steel studs used in the construction of the building?
Mr. Rothney?
Yes, the short answer is that is correct. The only masonry would be block and brick that are associated with the seismic elements. That's the stair and the fire hose tower. Everything else, all the stud work, all the framing, all the roof framing is in wood.
And just one final comment. I think this is a very sharp building. I like the design, the color choices. I think this will be a building we'll be proud of when it's completed.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson?
Yes, a question for Mr. Rothney. The wood structural system, is that a choice that's influenced by ground conditions? You have discussed some aspects of the ground conditions in a previous presentation.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Councillor. There was a geotechnical investigation done on the site that confirms that the bearing capacity of the ground is not of a high nature, but it does allow us to accommodate the building as designed, but it does require that we limit the weight of the building. Quite simply, a wood building is lighter. It provides an advantage in relation to the soil bearing capacity. So on balance, we chose the wood not only for its sustainability long term, but also because of the needs of the ground conditions.
And will this include the hose tower and the elevator shaft as well in wood structure?
Those elements actually will be in masonry, essentially block. The exterior face of those two elements will be the white face brick to provide some long-term durability. There are two reasons. First of all, we do require some stronger seismic elements within the building, and these become the solid anchor elements at which the wood frame building actually anchors onto seismically. So it's a combination, essentially, of masonry components in the core, and then everything else around it is wood that ties into it.
Thank you. I have a question that may perhaps best be directed to Deputy Fire Chief Aaron Foote if he's with us. On our council tour of this facility over a year ago, we learned that the training yard is used by not only search and rescue groups locally, but also from groups from outside the region. Have we lost space within the training yard? I just wanted to confirm whether it will still function as it has, or whether we need to plan alternate sites for some aspects of our outdoor training.
Through Mayor Elliott to Councillor Anderson, we have moved we do intend on moving some of the props in the training yard. So they will functionally move to the back of the yard. There is some space there that we have allocated for those props. So yes, we will lose a little bit of space with the training yard, but we will gain some space that we weren't necessarily using before. It was kind of a treat area.
Thank you. Final question. There is some attention to signage programming and installations in the DP guideline review. The current fire hall that's being replaced is the Alex Monroe Senior Fire Hall. Alex Monroe had a son who was also Alex. He also had grandson, and great-grandsons who were involved as volunteers in the fire department. My question is, will the naming of the facility be a matter that may come back to council? I see that there is a little bit of, I've heard it referred to as Clark Fire Hall. Stan Clark is another individual. But in various reports, it's referred to as various ways. The naming of the facility, will that come back to council?
Maybe I can touch on that. Great question. I looked through the commemorative naming policy, and it doesn't really address when you tear down a building and you build a new one on the same site, whether that name transfers through. But it would be our intention to retain the Alex Monroe Fire Hall name on the plaque. Currently, it sits in the landscaping, and we'd like to remount that plaque on the building, or at least in a significant area in the front of the building. But for wayfinding and operationally, I think having the Squamish Fire Hall #1 on the building itself just makes sense. So really looking for direction from council on that.
Thank you. Maybe I might perhaps add one note, and that is the issue of public art, which we haven't treated in discussion today. I noticed that in Richmond, they have public art programming around their fire hall and police buildings. Of course, we're looking at a pretty stiff budget here of over $16 million, and that is going to be consideration likely for council too. But is there any consideration for the future for public art to be incorporated in the landscaping for this facility?
Jesse here, through the mayor. We haven't actually discussed it yet. It's certainly something we can consider. I would point out, though, that the amount of space that we're working with is really limited. It is quite a tight space. So there's, we were talking about maybe one landscaped area. There is potential within that area if that's the direction, but it is quite limited in the space we have.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Pettengill?
Yeah, and maybe related to that last question, we are trying to push for walkable communities as things get hotter. I do worry about a large, expansive area of pavement and cement and so on, and I understand some of the operational constraints in terms of efficiency, but there's also public areas here, and so what is driving our decision besides the space constraints about where landscaping would go and what it might look like in terms of shading or a place for firefighters to sit outside on a break or people to feel sort of comfortable, walking around checking out the site?
Yeah, Mayor, thanks for the question. Thank you for the question. Sorry, Aaron, do you mind turning your video off, please? Through the mayor. I think we have two kind of major factors. Is first of all, like you said, we're constrained by the site itself and the transmission line right away. But the main kind of asphalt site, how the site's been designed is due to the turning radius of the apparatus themselves, and then having a quick exit when there's a call for the apparatus. So there is a lot of asphalt, maybe compared to other sites, but that's really a requirement of this type of facility. Sorry, does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. And then one other one. The building is very striking, and I say that in a positive way. And I think I asked about this last time, and I can't remember, but when I look at the profile, I wonder, does this make it more challenging to go up, add stories later? And maybe we've already decided we just can't or won't do that, or does this sort of really not matter one way or the other? And I'm just wondering, do we have some flexibility there if we need it in the future?
Yeah, through the mayor. We did, when we were doing the programming for the building, we did look at this issue. What we decided is that we were not going to build a building that was going to be expandable in the future. We're building for our immediate and long-term needs with the current building design that we have. We've programmed some extra space in there, including, expansion for the fire service. We don't anticipate needing future space beyond that. And so that's the first point. The second point is, even if it wasn't needed, creating a building that could be expanded in the future would be a massive extra cost, and it's not necessary in this case.
Did you want to add something, Mr. Rothney, or?
Just very briefly, I would support what Jesse was saying, but in response to the councillor's question, we mentioned earlier the limitations of the bearing conditions. So adding additional load to the building would have encountered significant more cost in how we design the foundations, and whether the capacity was there in the ground to add a story seems unlikely. The other thing to bear in mind is that operationally, fire halls traditionally, as you know, are located and operate around a response time to a certain geographic area. And what communities typically find is that they don't expand fire halls over time. They tend to add fire halls into their community because it's driven largely by response time. So it's very unlikely that this facility would need expansion in the future. It's more likely that the community would build another fire hall somewhere else. But maybe Aaron has something to add to that.
Thank you.
Yeah, great question. I can add a little bit. I think Stuart covered it quite well, but fire department growth wouldn't necessarily be all in the same building. The second fire hall would be an area where we'd grow to, and also the third fire hall to the north when that's needed. So we wouldn't necessarily need to expand. If we did, it would be on different shifts. It wouldn't necessarily be where we need more people in the building at the same time. They'd be on different shifts, so you could maximize the use of the space.
Is that good, Councillor Pettengill? Great. Any other comments or questions, Council? Not seeing anyone else. I'll just say I really like the design. I think it looks fantastic. Yeah, looking forward to getting shovels in the ground. So thank you. So we have a motion. Are you moving the motion, Councillor Race? Or did you have a question? You're on mute.
Yes, I am moving it. Thank you.
Councillor Race moves the staff recommendation, seconded by Councillor Stoner. Any comments? Nope. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Council, we're going to take a 5-minute break, but before I do that, I just want to suspend the order of the agenda. We're going to have the EOC report out on schedule at 4:15. and we will follow that with the Economic Response Recovery Plan. So you have a 5-minute break until 4:15. All right, welcome back to our special business meeting on Tuesday, April 14th. We have suspended the order of the agenda to fit in our emergency operations team update. So I will turn it over to Megan Latimer, who should be on the line with us. Hopefully. There she is.
There. Hi, good afternoon. Megan Latimer, Emergency Program Coordinator with the district. I thought I'd just take the opportunity for today's update to really focus on the EOC activity over the long weekend. We had quite a robust plan in place going into the weekend that we worked on all week last week to have in place. And this was really focused on trying to reduce the visitor volume up the corridor, specifically to Squamish, but also to work with our partners in neighboring communities, try to reduce the number of recreational visitors and tourists and campers coming to the area temporarily. So the plan that we put in place last week, it really had 4 main tenets. We did a communications campaign in partnership with Tourism Squamish as well as with neighboring municipalities. And it really focused on, asking people to dream about visiting Squamish, but to visit later, and to really stay away for right now. That this is a temporary thing, but we really are encouraging visitors to stay away. And this was targeted through both conventional media as well as social media to the Lower Mainland area, where we know that the majority of our visitors were coming from. The next sort of main of our week was to put in place message signboards around the community. So we have 4 electronic message boards that you might have seen placed at different roads around the community. And these are really sort of high traffic areas. And the signs cycled through 3 different messages asking people distancing, warning them that there would be police patrols in the area, cracking down on people who were not following provincial health officer orders, and just giving them advice on how to maintain thing. So those were placed on Squamish Valley Road, on the Mamquam Forest Service Road as well, and at the northbound entrance to Squamish near the Seaside Gondola. The third main aspect of the plan was working with law enforcement officials, including RCMP, the Conservation Officer Service, Natural Resource Officers, BC Parks, to put in place public education and public safety checkpoints or check stops to really just remind people about what the obligations are for physical distancing. Obviously, we can't be arresting people for not staying 2 meters apart. However, what we really wanted to focus on was public education aspect here. So using law enforcement officials to reach out to people who might be going into different backcountry access areas that are closed, as well as front country access areas, and really discouraging them from going there, while at the same time checking for other types of law enforcement violations, such as driver's licenses or weapons and things like that. So all the regular things that are part of seasonal checks anyway by these law enforcement officials. And I really want to say that it was a great example of interagency cooperation between these different agencies. And they targeted a number of the recreation areas around Squamish. So they worked with campers who were legally camping in places like Cat Lake and Boom Lake, and asked them to leave. And also a lot of patrols in Squamish and Paradise Valleys and up the Mamquam Forest Service Road. And again, really focusing on the public education piece related to COVID, but also checking for other types of violations at the same time. What we hear from our CMP is that there were lots of cars speeding up the highway over the weekend. I think a lot of people didn't expect there to be a police presence for whatever reason. And so quite a few cars were impounded for excessive speeding. One of the other sort of random events that happened around this was a large tree collapse just south of Lions Bay and blocked the highway for several hours. So that kept our CP quite busy as well. The fourth aspect of our plan was using our bylaw officers to also really push the public education piece and to target some of our recreation hotspots. So places like Fishman's Park and Judd Beach and some of the trailheads, as well as some of the areas downtown Squamish, like some of the large parking lots. They started seeing gatherings of a lot of motorcycle traffic coming from the Lower Mainland. There was apparently a car meet that was scheduled that took place. It was a small one, but still, I mean, not really what we want to encourage during these times. And so our bylaw officers had a lot of success in terms of talking to people, encouraging them to either move on if they were from out of the community or to break up any groups that were gathering in places like trailheads. And for the most part, people were very compliant with this and followed the advice that was given to them. No one was really using the closed district parks or playgrounds. No one was observed using those, which is great. All of the signage was left in place. There were a few people using the skate park, but when they were asked to leave, they did move on. So again, what we did observe from this, both from the law enforcement checks as well as our bylaw officer checks, was really overall the majority of people in Squamish, they are socially distancing, physically distancing, with very few exceptions. And I think we really need to focus on that success. It's a really good thing, and I think the behavior in the community, with the exception of very few people, is really been positive around this. People are really coming together around this and are following the rules, so that's great. I'll just shift here to the new numbers from the provincial side in terms of the status update for COVID. Those just came out in the last hour, so we're now at 1,517 total confirmed cases for BC. And it was 27 new cases reported today. So we're still seeing very low figures in terms of new cases. So we are on sort of this flattening of the curve, slightly downward trend. We're seeing cases in the 20s and 30s each day for the last few days. So that's really positive. There were a few new deaths, unfortunately, that were announced today. There were three new deaths that were announced. Numbers of people hospitalized is also either sort of staying around the same and going down slightly as well, depending on the day. So we're now seeing 134 people across the province in hospital, 58 in the intensive care unit. So again, very, very low numbers there, which is really positive. And 942 people now confirmed to be recovered of the confirmed tested cases. So again, we're seeing some hope there, which is really good. There's been a lot of discussion at provincial level on when we start to go back to normal, so to speak, or when some of the restrictions might start to be lifted. And what we're hearing is that at some point in BC, we will likely start to move into a maintenance phase, where some of the controls will stay in place and some might be relaxed. We don't know what that looks like yet. I think the health officials are still trying to work out what that will look like, and probably be on the safe side, going to wait another incubation period, I would expect, before we hear much more about that. But they are thinking about it, which again is really, I think, heartening to and BC, we're in a much better place than other parts of Canada, and that's really positive too. So it means what we're doing right now is the right thing. And I think when we do start to see that moving into that maintenance phase, it'll be a phased approach. So there'll be different sectors that may be allowed to have controls relaxed and others that will remain in place. So we'll see what that looks like, I think, in the coming weeks. I think I'll leave off there. If anyone has any questions.
Yep. Anyone with a clarifying question? Councillor Race?
Thank you. Do we have any sense of, no, Vancouver Coastal Health isn't releasing it, but do we have any sense about how far the virus has spread into Squamish?
Through the mayor, I mean, not officially, no. We know that there's been very few cases reported, sort of anecdotally through social media and through community conversations, but Vancouver Coastal Health is not releasing figures at the community level, which is a bit frustrating in terms of, having that tactical knowledge to be able to plan our own response at a local level. They are using the justification that it's the patient-client confidentiality, and also, for smaller communities, trying to prevent any backlash of community members against somebody who was declared positive. That's the sort of reasoning behind it. But yeah, I don't see that changing anytime soon. It's been certainly brought forward by the mayor and by other political figures that this is a challenge for us at the local level, not having that information.
I will say, Councillor Race, that in our Vancouver Coastal Health updates, they speak in generalities. So they'll say there are currently no patients in rural hospitals that are COVID positive, but we may have suspected cases. But they never tell you which communities or which hospitals, or they'll tell us how many patients have been transferred because they're having complications to a larger center. But again, they will not disclose which community that's come from at this time. So we again are always just encouraged to treat it like everyone has it and practice social distancing. Did you have another question?
Well, it was just another comment because I'd replied to one of the reports questioning whether the Alice Lake trails were closed in this recent closure of parks. And it wasn't clear, partly because it was previously only partially closed, and also because some of the signage that was still up talked about conduct on trails, and so it kind of implied you could still use the trails. But I was actually walking on the Wonderland Trail and ran into a roadblock of people and asked them, and that park is now absolutely closed. Trails, pedestrians, bikes, you name it. There's nothing to go in there. So they may have updated some of their signage to say that more clearly, but in case, I know there was a lot of questions in the community around that, whether in fact the trails were closed. The campgrounds and the facilities were obviously closed, but the question of whether the trails were closed, but now they are.
Thank you. Any other questions for Megan? I don't see any. Okay. Thank you for your update, Ms. Latimer. Thank you for all your hard work, too.
No problem. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so last but not least, the Economic Response, Recovery and Resilience Plan. And Ms. Mulligan is joining us. Hello.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I hope you're doing well. My name is Kate Mulligan. I'm the Economic Development Officer for the District of Squamish. Is the presentation up and ready to go?
It is almost. It is now on our screen. Is it there?
Fantastic. Okay. I'm just going to pre-warn Council that I've been kicked off my intranet about 10 times in the past hour, so if I get kicked out, I will call back in right away. My apologies.
You've got to kick your kids today, off of YouTube.
I've done that about 15 times. They're off right now.
Okay.
It's hard to manage. So I am going to present the Squamish Economic Response, Recovery and Resiliency Plan framework today for Council. If you'd like to advance the slide. The recommendation is that Council approve the following resolution, that the District of Squamish endorse the implementation of the Economic Response, Recovery and Resiliency Plan dated March 2020. Moving forward, the the background is that the economic development team has been working to reprioritize its work plan to respond to local business community needs amidst COVID-19. So far, we've been listening in, obviously, on federal calls, provincial calls that have to do with the economy. Obviously, been working with our partners to understand the situation locally, and as well been connecting in with various associations and organizations that are dealing with the economic downturn as a result of COVID, as well as providing resources and tools for business. So we've been keeping track of that. We have a business resource page up on the site, and we've also commenced some other actions to help support businesses today. Next slide. In terms of monitoring, we've been working to understand the situation with our partners. So together with the Chamber of Commerce and Tourism Squamish, the Downtown BIA, Work BC, Community Futures, Arts Council, and so on, they've all been monitoring closely the situation, and they've been putting together a suite of tools, programming, and various programs, campaigns for their membership, as well as sharing that information with us, the district. In terms of what communities have been doing, we go to the next slide. I sat in a call with BCEDA about a week and a half ago, and really this was a chance for communities to come together, economic development offices, chambers, and so on to come together and understand how communities are responding throughout BC from an economic perspective. What we've been hearing is many communities have initiated virtual response centers, which can be as simple as creating unique campaigns and identifiers for businesses to reach out to get help and support with respect to COVID. One of the key findings is that businesses have been challenged in terms of navigating all the financial measures and other measures that are in place for business. So this is just a chance to help the network of businesses and local communities connect to those services and understand them better. There's been lots of events, so everything from town halls, webinars, meetups. The Chamber has locally held a town hall here in Squamish, but the same thing is happening throughout the rest of the province. In addition, surveying to determine economic impact, and this is everything from what the BC Chamber and BCEDA, so the Economic Development Association, had done in terms of surveying BC businesses across the board to understand the impact affecting their business, to actually on the ground work. So we have lots of BC economic development organizations actually phone calling all of their businesses to understand specifically what the impact is. Others have done online surveys, and others have created forums where those discussions can take place in a virtual way. Specific communication campaigns have been developed, as well as incorporating economic development into emergency operations centers, because while there's a significant health risk, there's also a significant economic risk associated with communities. So many communities have looked at incorporating or have incorporated economic development right into their EOC. Directories of local business operations, shop local programs, looking at procurement measures, and review have all been a focus of local government and economic development offices throughout the province, but as well as a real focus on retaining high streets, because you've got lots of retail and also lots of service industry on these high streets. And right now, many of them are finding it challenging because they cannot remain open, or they have to drastically change their operations. So there's a real concern about retention on high streets and what that will do to affect the economy moving forward. So the good news is we're doing lots of these things. It's either partners that are working locally to implement many of these measures, or it's the district, our economic development office ourselves. So just a couple of examples of things that we've done. Currently, we have the next slide, the dedicated business page. We actually have now created a new, more comprehensive site that we have yet to turn on, but we've created the outline for that has a lot more resources and also connects businesses into the Virtual Recovery Center if we were to move forward with that. In addition, on the next slide, you'll see that we have created a group called Partners in Economic Response. This group is consisting of a number of different organizations who are talking on a regular basis. We have weekly meetings to discuss measures that they're putting in place either for their membership or to help businesses across the board in terms of response to COVID. And this is everything from information and tools to help local businesses to lobbying and advocacy to other levels of government on behalf of their members. So we're working together, and what we've done is we've actually created a campaign on the next slide called Here for Squamish. So the Here for Squamish campaign is a weekly newsletter that we're distributing, and it's a roundup of partner communications. And basically, the communications are only focused on responding to COVID-19, a business response or economic response to COVID-19. And we're encouraging our partners to also use the campaign assets that have been created, if you look on the right-hand side of the slide, to add to their content as they are pushing out information, tools, resources related to COVID-19. And we're also communicating this through our media channels and other newsletter. And then in addition to that, I will say that the Chamber's done a fantastic job. They've created a Shop Local campaign. They also have a directory of local business operations, which are detailing how businesses have shifted their operations so that consumers can keep track of that. They are, as I said, they hosted a town hall. They're planning on hosting more virtual events to support not just their membership, but overall businesses at large. And then in addition to that, the BIA has created an online gift card program that's now available to all businesses in the district for free, where patrons can go on, purchase a gift card, and then redeem it online without having to obviously physically redeem it. So there's lots of examples of positive actions by partners and business community themselves. So it's great to see the momentum. So moving forward, what I wanted to present was a framework for economic response, recovery, and resiliency. So much has been done, but I definitely think that there's more to do, and it's going to be a long road in terms of recovery. And, I think that having a framework set up that everybody can agree on will serve us as we move forward into the planning and then implementation. So if you want to go a slide forward, and then another slide forward. So this is a bit of a messy slide, but what I wanted to stress here was just more of an idea that the strategic goals are not forgotten. So what we are looking at is at the top, strategic goals. So really that's the official community plan, which helps direct council's goals. And then those council goals are turned into what we would say is an economic action plan in order to fulfill on those goals. And those are the things that we plan to do each and every day between 2020 to 2022. And in the middle of that is this framework that we're proposing. And the point of the framework is just to ensure that we have the ability to plan out in this cycle where we're always preparing, then we can respond more easily, recover, and be more resilient in the long term. But those actions and the actual resiliency plan, really, there's nothing different in terms of what we, perhaps it's more around the weighting of what we'd be doing. So if you go to the next slide, it's a larger version of this. So in terms of this plan, the idea is that we're sitting in the response zone right now. response area right now. So really the idea around response is looking at our local ecosystem of businesses and ensuring that we're able to retain jobs and the businesses themselves. So that's what the district and partners have been really focused on, is making sure that the businesses that we have today continue, and that's what I think the federal and provincial government. Well, as we move into recovery, that becomes around the recovery of those businesses so that we're able to start looking at things like growth again, and we can look at expansion of existing businesses and then moving into new opportunities for investment and sector growth. So really it's a cycle, and one of the things that I'm acutely aware of is that there could be a lot more work done at the preparation, in the preparation zone or phase. And I think that's something that definitely stood out in terms of this crisis that we've been facing, in particular around economic development. So moving to the next slide. So right now, we're in the response phase. So what we're recommending as actions include the development of a virtual recovery center, and we've already set up the basic backbone for that, which is the communication campaign. It has a unique email address, as well as we have sort of the framework for the web resources that we require to be able to implement that. Monitoring COVID business impacts, of course, we'll continue to do that. We might want to do something more specific for local businesses here to have a better handle. The one great thing with the work the Chamber's been doing at the BC level with BC ADA is that they're able to drill down to results of local businesses in Squamish, but we may want to get a little bit more detailed. So that's another area of response. Review of municipal economic support measures. So that's looking at municipal levers that exist to help support businesses at the municipal level, while recognizing that much of the support is coming from the provincial and federal level. And then continuing to work with the economic partners in economic response. So really that's around understanding and evolving based on the needs of businesses here to help supply them with the tools, resources, information that they require. So that's really the response. But when we move into recovery, that's where there's a great opportunity to make use of what has been already proposed around governance. So by that I mean the formation of the economic leadership team and using that to help steer or direct strategy around recovery actions. So in the previous Squamish Sector Action Plan presentation, we had proposed that economic development strike a new leadership team at the staff level to help direct strategic actions. What we'd like to do is make sure the composition of that as we move forward, which we will move forward if we get endorsement today, reflects the needs of right now. As time moves on, perhaps once the situation stabilizes, we would then look at the composition of that team and determine, whether or not it needs to change. So essentially, that team would be focused on the development of strategic actions, recovery actions, as well as establishing what the performance measurement are around those. And then from a resiliency perspective, the economic leadership team would be looking at existing plans that are proposed for economic development, such as the sector plan and employment-based model and so on, and look at that in context of the changing situation for long-term recovery and then expansion. So that would be the core function of the leadership team. And then from that, we would have strategic resiliency actions. So that could be around diversifying the economy. It could be around the sectors that we focus on growing and so on. And then again, another round of performance measurement. But I think one of the pieces that the stage that's not in here right now really will be how we carry forward with the planning so that we mitigate in the first place. and be more prepared as a community in terms of economic recovery. And then the next slide. So So the economic leadership team that we're proposing is made up of business leaders, including associations, private enterprise and supporting agencies, as well as representatives of government. And again, the role, just wanted to reinforce, is an advisory group to plan and direct recovery and resiliency actions to support business retention and expansion and drive future investment in the community. So it's still very aligned to the work that we're trying to do in the long term through economic development. The next slide. Right now, we've looked at our budget in economic development, and of course, like everybody, we're not traveling anywhere or attending conferences or trade shows or so on. So we've looked at all of those budgets, and we've been able to $25,000 currently, or initially, to get the leadership team going and support our response and into recovery. Of course, we don't really know how long exactly this is going to last or what the total impact will be. So therefore, we would request additional budget as part of the 2021 budget process. In terms of organizational impact, definitely a reprioritization of our 2020 work plan. As I had mentioned in previous council sessions, we are not proceeding right now with the agri-foods and forestry and wood impact studies, and we've redirected some of our work, obviously, to respond to COVID, and we would continue to reprioritize as needed. Want to stress, focus on attaining strategic council goals, but the one thing that may be impacted is the timeline. So our efforts are still trying to move towards local employment growth and diverse priority sector growth, but we're not confident at this point, given the uncertain circumstances, that we'll be able to achieve this by 2022. Next slide, please. In terms of people power, to help support the process, we have up to 3 FTE resources. So currently we're hiring for 1 more FTE. The competition is closed, so we're reviewing applications right now. We'll be moving into interviews. A temporary redeployed staff who's been onboarded and is actively working for the department from recreation. And we are also working closely with our partners to help deliver meaningful programs, tools, events, and so on that help support the response to the community. And then once we build the economic leadership team, that team will help support economic development actions as well. Next slide, please. Next step. So right now, we're just in the process of coordinating the communications response. We would like to establish a virtual recovery center, and we're seeking direction from council on that. We are also there to support the assessment of any potential municipal economic measures for today or into the future. So it doesn't all have to be focused in the response phase. It could be focused on recovery or resiliency when you're seeking direction. The leadership team, although we did present that governance approach to council in our last presentation around the Squamish Sector Action Plan, we are seeking direction in terms of how council would like to form that team. And in addition, we are continuing with impact assessment, and we plan, the next step is to build the plan for recovery and resiliency. So this is just a framework, not the actual plan, and we're just seeking direction in terms of the expectations from council. And one of the other, I think, areas where we're seeking direction is the balance that we've struck between response, recovery, and resiliency. And that's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mulligan.
I just have to leave the meeting for a few minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Race. Are there any questions? Councillor Anderson.
Yes, I wonder if I may ask you, Kate Mulligan, to return to the actions to date partners in economic response slide where you have a collection of logos for different organizations, and I had a question about one of them, and it was the A on a black background. Which organization does that represent?
That is Align Collective, which is a not-for-profit co-working space in Squamish.
Very good, thank you. That should have occurred to me. Follow-up question. The construction industry has been in conversation in the community, different issues arising for it, and it is also an industry designated as essential service to some degree. My question is whether over the years the Sea to Sky chapter of the Canadian Home Builders Association has been more or less active, but could there be some thought to identifying representatives for the local construction industry to the extent they may be organized in a chapter of the Canadian Home Builders Association as one of the partners or contact bodies for further efforts? Yes,
The approach that we've taken has been basically to reach out to not-for-profit organizations and associations that are involved in economic development or business. So as long as there's no assistance to business or conflicts there, then absolutely. The idea is to try to get tools and resources out to the business community, and you'll see that the logos on the screen are membership-based organizations. So we encourage membership-based organizations with support measures for their members and the broader community to share those with us and to participate.
Councillor Pettengill.
Thank you. A couple things. I wonder when you see this coming in, because for me, this whole experience is teaching us a lot about where we have some vulnerability, and we see it's not impacting everyone the same way. Our service workers in particular have been challenged by this. And so, I guess my interest is in not, returning back to the way things were, but sort of, looking at what we're learning from this, and how do we make sure that whatever we have going forward serves a lot more people a lot better. So where do you see that coming into play in all of this?
That's a great question. Through you, the Mayor. In terms of learning, I think it's going to happen all along the way. So we're documenting and we're starting to understand, and we need to continue to document and probably more thoroughly what's happening to our community currently. And then I would really say when we get into the recovery resiliency, that we're also incorporating future planning into that. So, what's a healthy mix of companies by sector, which ones are going to be more resilient to economic downturns of different types. And in terms of the current composition today, how can we ensure that we can retain those businesses in the future? So it's all going to be learning along the way, and definitely I think we need to have a strong plan in place so that should something like this, I hope not, happen again, that we're up and running immediately when it comes to economic response.
Okay, thank you. So a couple of comments on that then. I am trying to be mindful of, as we put community resources to this, that we are sort of putting those resources towards that better next community, as opposed to things that, maybe actually we've learned aren't so great in dealing with these kinds of contexts. But the other piece, when I looked at, and I can't remember the name of the team, but the working team, the working group, the leadership team, the membership seemed to be, from my perspective, representative more of on the employer side. And while that's important, I think what this is teaching me is that we do need to think about the employee side too, and I think that needs to be a voice at the table. Maybe union, but not necessarily just union. Just when I look at who is really struggling here, I think when we're talking economics, that needs to be a voice at the table in my mind.
And I'm back.
We saw you.
Through you, the mayor. For the leadership team, I think I would absolutely agree. In terms of the partners in economic response, they're really a staff working set of partners that we work together on a regular basis to support the local economy. So it's just been, I would say, challenging to have that perspective for that particular partners in economic response group. I think the employee side is critical. Work BC does bring some of that, but not really, I don't think, to the full extent that we need.
Are you good, Councillor Pettengill? Councillor Stoner?
Thank you. Ms. Mulligan, I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more to the Virtual Recovery Center and what that intends to do. Is that kind of like I'm business in town and I'm having trouble navigating all of the various levels of support that are being delivered, and so I can call ECDEV and they'll walk me through it, or what does that look like?
Sure. So there's, through you, the mayor, a couple of different aspects. So that would be one of them. Definitely if we have business, and we've already had business, not clear on sort of what the support is available to them. It could also be something much more specific where we can reach out specifically to contacts that we have in the provincial, federal government to help support them. In terms of the Virtual Recovery Center, we'd also do a roundup of all the local level tools and resources, regional tools and resources that are out there. There are so many. So it's not even just here's a financial measure that's available for your business, but there's also many webinars, courses right now to help build resiliency or help businesses recover, and we'd be definitely profiling all those to the virtual. So it's multifaceted. It's a combination of obviously one-on-one help, and then more around just robust tools and resources that businesses can access. Yeah, that's sort of what it is right now.
And then a follow-on to that, I'm just curious in terms of, to me, that starts to blend the line as to where the chamber maybe falls in, whether it's our local chamber or more broadly the network, the BC Chamber, and or BCEAD. Like there are a few other organizations that are perhaps not specific to our town, but they are acting in those spaces. So just wondering if you can speak to where this then fits into that kind of landscape.
So this is absolutely. Can everybody hear me? Sorry, everything froze. Yes?
Yes, okay. We can hear you.
Sorry, everything froze. Absolutely. So in terms of how the chamber and other partner organizations fit into the Virtual Recovery Center is the chamber represents a certain segment of businesses or population of businesses. And so this is pulling in their resources and pulling in all of the other organizations' resources into one comprehensive spot. We're not going to be doing anything other than basically having links to resources, basic information, a contact email. And so basically this is just kind of, I would say, wrapping it up a bit in a bow, and then providing that additional support at the local level, which is really more around a one-on-one support for local businesses. And that's one place where the individual organizations around our local community have limited capacity. And that's what we've heard from our partners, that they have limited capacity to respond to every request. So we're going to help support. And we won't be answering all of the information. Often we'll be passing them along to a partner, but acting as a bit of a conduit or a triage center, which we're essentially doing already. It's just putting more of a campaign to it.
Is that good, Councillor Stoner? I see your hand, Councillor Anderson, but are there any other councillors that have questions that haven't asked them yet? Councillor Anderson.
I just wanted to follow up on both Councillors Pettengill and Stoner. I think that Councillor Pettengill makes a good suggestion with respect to labor. Our local district labor council is an active organization. It is heavily oriented to the public sector these days, but it perhaps may be a contact body of interest. Secondly, and perhaps you may have already answered this, Kate Mulligan, my question concerns the proposed virtual recovery center and its functions. Echoing your own comments, I've been impressed with how the Chamber has been working during recent weeks, and I suspect that its membership encompasses a large part of the more vulnerable categories of businesses within the community. My question is, and you're asking for direction on this, is it possible that the Chamber, and maybe you have answered to Councillor Stoner, that the Chamber could play the lead role in the virtual recovery center, or you may just qualify with expanding on the functions of that center? Thank you.
Through you, the Mayor, I think absolutely. I can't speak on behalf of the Chamber in terms of resourcing and their ability. Right now, they've been doing a great job. They've been issuing lots of information, resources, and so on. They do have a web presence as well. The one place I know that they struggle with is the individual response, from what I understand, in terms of helping support individual members in terms of the capacity to do so. We could look at, we have been talking about working together. In fact, we've been working together quite a bit, and trying to partner together in terms of being able to provide response. So that, by that I mean, there are certain aspects that the Chamber are definitely taking a lead in, and that's things like the town halls, events, which are open to the entire business community. And that's an area where District Economic Development would like to, instead of actually initiating the work and doing the work, actually supporting the Chamber in terms of doing that work. Whereas the actual people power to respond to these inquiries is rather limited. So that's one area where we thought we could help support. So I think we're kind of both doing it to an extent, but kind of focusing in different areas, if that makes sense. And in terms of our sorry, I just keep looking at my notes. In terms of the virtual recovery center, it's really a joint effort because it's all around here for Squamish, which is Partners in Economic Response. We would just be taking a lead role as being the receiver of requests from businesses or questions from businesses.
And do you feel, Ms. Mulligan, that the Chamber doesn't have the capacity to be the receiver of those inquiries?
At this point, the executive director of the Chamber said they don't have the capacity on their team. They're really working flat out, trying to, whether it's put on events or deal with every day. So, I mean, that is another area that perhaps redeployment could be a consideration, but we haven't had a fulsome discussion between the Chamber and District Economic Development.
Your report mentions that the district's, our strategic priorities are still part of this plan. Does any of this plan impact the timelines of when we'll get the employment land strategy and the zoning bylaw?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Sorry, it just the screen froze again. So the zoning bylaw, so the employment lands strategy, we've been working on. Matt Gunn and I have been working on in detail. We're trying to get to a point where we can put it into an RTC and present it. Our goal is to follow the timelines as proposed around the zoning bylaw. That is our goal. We're still working on it every single day. The area where I would say timelines are affected would be kind of more around the work that is difficult to implement given the circumstances around the challenge in terms of doing an economic impact study right now. That would be a challenge for the district. Or implementing some of the work around the action plan. We can bring it back to council based on the feedback that was provided during committee of the whole, but actually implementing some of the measures in there that we were planning to in 2020 will prove difficult, if not impossible, just given the circumstances we're facing today.
Many political leaders see an opportunity here because the senior levels of government are developing plans to stimulate the economy and specific sectors. And so who on the team will be focused on our sector strategy and taking advantage of some of the lobbying efforts we already have underway, and also positioning us to take advantage of some of these stimulus packages going forward? So can you speak to that?
Yes, so we are continuing to work on those strategic files, and my goal is to have somebody sitting in the business development seat very, very shortly, which will then allow us to actually focus on all of it. I would say that I would take a primary lead in terms of actually looking at the advocacy and discussions at the provincial and federal level. However, I would expect that the team also works towards that capacity is going to be a huge issue. I think what I want to do is have a framework so that we can build a plan that considers our strategic goals, but in light of COVID. So in light of this crisis, I think we can't ignore it. It's happening, and our existing business community we have to focus on retaining that existing business community. It's important, and I don't think we can. I don't think that we can play the full role in terms of doing that. I think our partners have to come to the table, and obviously the province and the feds. However, we do have a role to play, and I think that's really around framework and planning, less so on the implementation side.
Yeah, I suppose that's my one hesitation with this plan is that I see some of it as being quite far down into the weeds rather than staying up higher at the strategy and policy level, and wondering if there's a way that we can support others with being the lead on communications and the virtual recovery centers so that we can focus on really strong advocacy at this point for our local businesses where there's policy gaps, and starting to take advantage of the advocacy as these sector plans come together, as well as we know they'll be spending on infrastructure likely, and so preparing the district to be ready to submit funding grants around green infrastructure, that sort of thing. So I am a little bit concerned that we have organizations like Tourism Squamish, like Community Futures, like the Chamber, like the BC Chamber, like the Canadian Chamber, and we have our MLA and MP who've made their staff available to businesses. And so I actually don't really want us to duplicate effort at all. I want us really focused at a very strategic level, while at the same time doing our part to support local businesses. So I'm just not, I guess I'm not feeling certain that we have someone really dedicated and focused on that strategic piece.
So to answer that, I would say that right now, that's really what I'm focused on, is that strategic piece. That's really where I'm going. All my work is generally focused on that. We've had Nicholas Slater in terms of pushing out some communication and answering some basic information from businesses, but the volume is not, it's not an outrageous amount of volume. We are getting some inquiries in with respect to support, but a lot of those are coming from either businesses that we work regularly with, that in terms of providing information. So I'm not very concerned about the amount of effort going in. I'm more concerned about the effort that goes into this planning, the recovery and the resiliency piece, which is the economic leadership team. So that's really what I'm hoping to get a nod from council is in terms of getting going on that economic leadership piece, which is supposed to be a strategic advising group to help us do exactly that, which is to look at opportunities around infrastructure, alignment to a sector growth, and so on. It's not really meant to focus on just, helping our existing businesses retain. So I think we have a role to play around business retention, and I think that's a part of economic development, and it's a really important part. We can't keep our existing businesses here. That's just going to be a challenge when it comes to vitality. And yet at the same time, we have to strike a balance, and that balance is really around, okay, what are we going after as a community? So I really don't feel like it's going to be a hindrance. I think it's actually going to help us move forward, and also help us understand, from I would say Councillor Pettingill's point, what does provide vitality as we move forward, and resilience within our community.
Council, any other questions or comments? Councillor Herford?
There we go. Thank you. I agree with Mayor Elliott's position of staying as high level as we can and positioning ourselves to really drive our sector plan as the economy emerges and the opportunities emerge as we come out of this. And I'm hoping that we can support the chamber in their efforts in some way to sort of handle the more immediate granular needs of the community. So I'd like to keep driving towards our goal, and I think that there are some opportunities going to emerge here, and it's going to take some planning and making sure we really know which ones we want to act on as those present themselves. So yeah, that's the direction I'm leaning at this point.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stoner?
Thank you. And yeah, I would agree with my colleague's comments to date. I think that trying to encourage the chamber to play that more on the ground role is where I really see them, and allowing us a little bit more space to act in that policy realm. In particular, number 3 in the action list, assessment of potential municipal economic measures. Just earlier today, we were talking about reopening the financial plan, understanding that even if we get to a 0% increase, we're not going to be able to drop the tax rates to 0 for the businesses on Cleveland. Like, there are components here that I would love some feedback on from your brain in terms of kind of funneling what it is that we know, where our levers are, where we can support businesses, and getting that sort of information for us, I think, is really important, and where we can play a really unique role that the chamber can't play. And then I'm also really cognizant that, thankful that the chamber has opened up their doors to all businesses and not just their membership, but that's part of the reason why I think businesses are encouraged to be part of a membership sort of forum like the chamber, is that you then have access to resources that help you navigate government programs and give you access to things like virtual webinars that help you encourage and work through some of the challenges of being a small business owner or a large business owner. So also not wanting to step on their toes and encouraging them to flourish in that way, I think, is important going forward. In terms of the economic leadership team, I hear your request that is an important piece to ensuring that we have a broader understanding and a direct avenue for input into our broader policy direction. And so I am supportive of allowing you to move forward with terms of reference for that. And I think that it would be interesting to see that terms of reference from a council perspective.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm generally supportive of my colleagues' comments, especially around that focus on what our strategy sector says. And in my mind, are there some adjustments required to that sector strategy in light of this? The other piece, I mean, the chamber is a business lobby on behalf of its members. It has, from a governance perspective, an obligation
to prioritize the interests of those members. I think we're lucky in that we have community-minded businesses, and the executive director at the Chamber right now is quite community-minded, but their obligation is that subset of businesses. And so to the degree I think we want to rely on the Chamber to a larger amount, that may need to come with a service agreement and some expectation about serving the whole business community or the whole community equally. And so that's my one hesitation about putting this all on the Chamber. I think it needs to come with some strings and probably some funding a little bit. Otherwise, maybe we do have some responsibility on the ground there.
Through you, the Mayor, I would agree with that. The Chamber does have a number of member businesses, but definitely does not represent all businesses in Squamish. For instance, many of the downtown BIA businesses are not members of the Chamber. They have been obviously offering lots of free services and tools to the entire business community in light of COVID, but their capacity to be able to actually provide those services in a more robust way could be rather limited, and they do have an obligation to serve their members. So I think that's a great point, and there has been some initial discussions around supporting them with resources, as I have alluded to. We just haven't had a more robust discussion in terms of what exactly that will look like or could look like.
Councillor French.
Thank you. Just will reiterate that I too believe that we could better use the resources of our MLA and MP offices and organized labor as well. And definitely supportive of the creation of the leadership team. Thank you.
All right, any other questions, comments? Probably should wrap up here. There is a motion. Councillor Pettengill.
Sorry, I was just trying to move the motion.
I'll second it.
Moved by Councillor Pettengill, seconded by Councillor French. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Pettengill?
No.
I will speak to it. I think that the implementation of the Response, Recovery and Resiliency Framework should represent the feedback that the Economic Development Department received today. And looking at how we make sure that we don't lose sight of our strategic aims while still at the same time supporting business retention for small local businesses. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, we have some correspondence to receive that was written by the local governments and First Nations of the Sea to Sky Corridor before the Easter weekend. We didn't get a response, so we're just going to receive this letter so that it was on the record. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Herford. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Motion to close. Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.